Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. These aren't ghost stories. These are the reasons I never walk through a park after dark anymore. I used to think fear was loud, screams, footsteps running, someone shouting your name in the dark. But that night in the park taught me something different. Real fear is quiet. It's the kind of quiet where you can hear the soft hum of the streetlights overhead. The kind where the air conditioner from a nearby building kicks on and off, pushing out warm air that smells faintly like metal and dust. The kind of quiet where you become painfully aware of your own breathing, how uneven it is, how loud it sounds inside your chest. I remember standing still, just for a second, telling myself to relax. It was late, not dangerously late. The park was technically still open. The path beneath my shoes was familiar, cracked concrete I'd walked over dozens of times before. Somewhere in the distance, a car passed, tires hissing against the road. Everything felt normal enough, and that's what scares me the most now. Because nothing happened all at once. There was no sudden noise, no figure stepping out from behind a tree. No moment where I could say, "This is when it went wrong." Instead, it started with a sound I almost ignored. A faint scrape. Metal against metal. At first, I thought it was the wind. Parks are full of small noises at night. Branches shifting, signs rattling, the soft creak of old equipment settling as the temperature drops. I kept walking, hands in my pockets, shoulders loose, pretending I wasn't already tense. Then I heard it again, closer this time. I stopped. The sound stopped too. That's when the quiet changed. It thickened, like the air itself was holding its breath. The hum of the lights felt louder. Somewhere behind me, something shifted, slowly, deliberately. I didn't turn around. I don't know why. Maybe part of me already understood that looking would make it real. My phone vibrated in my hand, a notification with no sound. I glanced down, the screen lighting up my fingers, my pulse jumping for no reason I could explain. When I looked back up, the path ahead of me looked exactly the same. Benches, trees, darkness pooling just beyond the reach of the lights. But the feeling didn't go away. It settled in deeper. The feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. Not in the obvious way. Not like someone standing right behind me. It was worse than that. It felt like something had noticed me. Like I had stepped into a place where I was no longer just passing through, but being observed, judged, measured. I took another step forward. Behind me, a step followed, perfectly timed. That's when I realized something was very wrong, because no one ever chased me that night. No one touched me. No one said my name out loud. And yet, I have never felt that afraid in my entire life. What happened in that park didn't end when I left. It didn't stay in one place. It followed me into other parks, other nights, other versions of myself who thought they were safe. And once you hear it, once you notice it, you never walk through a park the same way again. Back before everyone carried a screen in their pocket like an extra organ, my neighborhood had a rhythm you could actually hear. It wasn't a city rhythm. No sirens bouncing between buildings. No train horns. No late-night crowds spilling out of bars. It was the slow, predictable pulse of a small American suburb that thought it was too ordinary for anything bad to take root. In the summer, the evenings stretched out like they had all the time in the world. The air stayed warm long after the sun dipped behind the trees, and the pavement held on to heat the way a brick holds a campfire's last breath. If you stood barefoot on the driveway, you could feel it. This gentle burn that wasn't pain exactly, just proof that the day had been real. My street was one of those quiet ones where the houses looked like cousins. Same lawns cut to the same height, same mailboxes leaning slightly forward, same flags on the same porch posts, same American wood and fresh paint smell whenever someone decided to remodel. Most people had 2 cars, maybe a dog, maybe a swing set in the backyard, with the plastic seat faded from years of sun. The loudest thing most nights was a screen door slapping shut, or a lawn sprinkler clicking as it turned its head, sending a thin fan of water across the grass like it was sweeping. I grew up in the kind of place where you could tell the time without checking a clock. At around 7, the cicadas would start up in the trees, their buzzing thick and constant, like the whole neighborhood had been plugged into an outlet. By 8, porch lights would blink on one by one. Soft yellow pools on concrete steps. You'd hear someone's dad yelling for a kid to come home, the voice carrying farther than it should, because the streets were so calm. At 9, if you were lucky, you could still talk your way into 30 more minutes outside, bargaining the way kids do. Just one more lap, just one more game, just until the streetlights. That was the rule. The streetlights were law. I wasn't a bad kid. Not the kind you see in those after-school specials. Not some little delinquent with a pocket full of matches. But I was restless. I loved the feeling of being outside when the air cooled down and the neighborhood quieted. It felt like the world belonged to kids again. Like adults retreated behind their curtains and left the sidewalks to us. Most days in the summer, my routine was almost embarrassingly simple. I'd wake up late, eat cereal straight from the bowl with the TV on low, then disappear out the front door with my bike as soon as my mom stopped paying attention. My bike was my whole life back then. An old mountain bike with scuffed handlebars and a chain that sometimes clicked like it was thinking too hard. I knew every bump in the pavement, every driveway that dipped too steeply, every patch of sidewalk where tree roots had pushed the concrete up into a crooked ridge. I rode because it made me feel untouchable, fast, free, like I could outrun anything that might try to catch me. My friends and I had our loops. That's what we called them. Routes we'd take without thinking. We'd ride to the corner store for sodas and chips, then cut through the neighborhood behind the elementary school, then swing past the cul-de-sac where someone always had a basketball hoop set up. Sometimes we'd end up at the pizza place 2 towns over, using our combined pocket money like we were planning a heist. 1 slice each, 1 pitcher of soda to share, and the proud belief that we were basically adults. And when the day got too hot, when the sun sat right on top of your head and turned the world into a shimmer, we'd drift toward the one place that always felt like ours, the park. It was barely a park by city standards. No lake, no fancy rec center, no big lit baseball diamonds. Just a wedge of land tucked into the neighborhood a few blocks from my house, a place you could miss if you didn't know it was there. On one side, it faced the street, open and visible. On the other 3 sides, it was bordered by thin woods. Nothing like a real forest, but enough trees to feel like you'd step behind a curtain. That patch of woods mattered more than you'd think. It made the park feel hidden, private, like it belonged to us. The playground sat in the middle of it, a metal and plastic structure that had seen better days. A couple swings with chains that squeaked if you moved them too fast, a twirling slide that spiraled down like a coiled ribbon, the metal patched in places where kids had scratched their names or carved dumb symbols with rocks. In the sunlight, it looked harmless. In the dark, the slide reflected the streetlights in thin, broken streaks, like wet skin. There were benches, too, old wooden benches, with slats that left lines on the backs of your legs if you sat too long. A small baseball field off to the side with a backstop fence that clanged if you kicked it. A set of bleachers that always smelled like sun-baked metal and old soda. And around everything, the grass was worn down in the places where kids had been running for years, beaten into thin brown patches that never quite grew back. You could hear the park before you saw it. The steady song of insects, the distant thump of a basketball somewhere in the neighborhood, the occasional hiss of a car passing the street edge, and sometimes the soft metallic creak of the swings moving in the breeze, even when no one was on them. That creak was the sound of summer to me. Back then, it meant nothing. It was just one of those background noises you stop noticing after you've heard it enough times. Like the way your refrigerator hums, or the way your house makes tiny settling sounds at night, clicks and pops in the walls that you accept as normal because you've always lived with them. And that's the thing I keep coming back to now, years later. How normal it all was. How safe we felt. Our parents treated the park like a good outlet. Better than us hanging around the street. Better than us banging around in someone's backyard. There were no homeless tents, no weird graffiti warnings, no police tape. None of the things people imagine when they picture danger. It was just a quiet neighborhood park in the middle of suburbia. So we used it like kids have always used places adults ignore. We made it our hangout spot. We went there when someone's mom told them to quiet down. We went there when we wanted to talk about stuff we didn't want adults overhearing. We went there when we were bored, when we were excited, when we were trying to impress each other with stupid dares. Sometimes we'd sit at the top of the playground platform because it felt like a lookout tower. From up there, you could see the street through gaps in the trees. You could see if a car turned down the block. You could see if someone's dad was walking a dog. It gave us the illusion of control, like we could spot trouble before it reached us. We'd bring flashlights sometimes, but rarely used them. Our eyes adjusted. The streetlights were enough. The moon helped on clear nights. And part of the thrill was letting the shadows stay shadows. We weren't looking for fear. We were looking for freedom. On nights when the air was humid, the smell of cut grass would cling to everything. You'd taste it when you breathed in, mixed with the faint sweetness of someone's barbecue down the street. Occasionally, you'd catch the chemical bite of bug spray on your friend's skin. If the sprinklers were running, you'd ride your bike too close and get misted. Little cold droplets hitting your arms and making you shiver, even though the night was still warm. Those details are stuck in my head as clearly as any face from that time. Not because they were important, because they were the last pieces of a world where I didn't question what the dark could hold. If you asked me back then what scared me, I would have said the normal kid answers. Getting caught doing something stupid. Getting grounded. Maybe the idea of someone breaking into the house. I would have laughed if you told me I'd someday avoid parks at night like they were haunted ground. I would have rolled my eyes. I think that's why the story still works on me. Why it still tightens something in my chest when I remember it. Because it didn't start like a horror story. It started like a Saturday, The kind where you wake up and the day is wide open. No responsibilities beyond being home when someone calls you. No worries beyond whether your friends will show up. No thought that a place you've been 100 times could suddenly feel like it belongs to someone else. And there was one more thing about my neighborhood back then, something that made us reckless. We believed genuinely that everyone knew everyone. That's what small suburban towns sell you. The illusion that strangers stand out. That danger would be obvious. That anything truly bad would come with a warning label and a police siren and a news story. We didn't think about how easy it is to hide in plain sight when nobody expects you to be hiding. We didn't think about the way trees can swallow sound. We didn't think about how a park can look empty and still feel occupied. Not until later. Not until the first time one of us stopped talking mid-sentence and said something simple that should have meant nothing at all. Not until we heard a sound on the playground that didn't match any sound we were making. Not until the park, our safe place, answered back in a way a park shouldn't. And once you notice that a place can answer you, you never go back to hearing normal the same way again. The park was the kind of place adults didn't think about. So to us, it felt like it belonged to kids by default. If you drove past it during the day, you'd see the usual signs of suburban life. A couple moms pushing strollers along the sidewalk, little kids stumbling around in bright shirts, someone walking a dog with one earbud in. You'd see the playground shining in the sun like a toy left outside, and you'd probably think, good, harmless, normal. The kind of place where nothing truly bad could happen because the ground itself seemed too ordinary to hold a secret. But the park didn't become ours until night. At night, it changed in subtle ways that made it feel safer, not scarier. At least, it did back then. The street light on the corner by the entrance threw a warm orange glow across the sidewalk, and the light didn't reach far enough to make everything visible, which meant it also didn't reach far enough for anyone to watch us properly. The patch of woods on three sides swallowed sound in a way that made us feel hidden. And the street side faced a row of trees across the road instead of a line of windows, which meant no neighbor could lean out and yell at us to keep it down. When my friends and I got old enough to stay out later, the park became the solution to every problem we had with adults. Too loud at Tony's house? Park. Parents watching too closely? Park. Someone's little brother tagging along and ruining the vibe? Park. Someone wanted to talk about something serious, something that felt too heavy to say in a kitchen with parents nearby? Park. It wasn't a hangout spot because it was exciting. It was a hangout spot because it was neutral. A place with no history of ours inside it, no rules carved into its walls, no family energy clinging to it. It was the opposite of a house. Houses had eyes, windows, parents, routines. Houses had smells that told you who lived there. Laundry detergent, cooking oil, dog food, perfume. The park didn't have any of that. It smelled like grass and dirt and sun-warmed plastic and metal. The first thing you noticed when you got close to the playground was the metal smell. The faint, rusty tang that lived in the air like an aftertaste. The slide was metal. The chains on the swings were metal. The support bars were metal. Even the bolts holding the whole thing together had that dull gray sheen that looked solid until you got close and saw the little freckles of oxidation around the edges. In summer heat, the metal would warm up and release a sharper smell, especially after a rain. When the humidity hit just right, it was like the whole playground had a breath of its own hot, metallic, and stale. We didn't think of it as creepy. We thought of it as familiar. The playground itself was a slightly outdated design, the kind you could tell had been built before anyone obsessed over safety. The plastic was sun-faded, the colors a little washed out, like a childhood memory that had sat out too long. There was a small climbing wall that always felt slippery even when it was dry. A platform up top with a railing you could lean against and look out into the park like you were in a treehouse. A set of monkey bars that would leave your palms raw if you tried to show off. And then the slide, always the slide. It wasn't one of those short, straight ones made for toddlers. It was tall and spiraled around in a slow twist, enclosed just enough to make it feel like a tunnel. The entrance at the top was a mouth, wide, dark, waiting. The inside smelled different from the rest of the playground. Cooler, damp sometimes, like it held on to whatever air was trapped in it from the last kid who had used it. I can still picture it clearly. The rim of the slide at the top was chipped in places. The paint scratched away to bare metal where thousands of hands had gripped it. There were little dents along the curve, tiny scars, like it had been hit with rocks or kicked by bored teenagers. If you put your ear against it, something I did once as a joke, you could hear the faintest echo of your own breathing come back at you, distorted, like the slide was swallowing it and giving it back wrong. The swings were our soundtrack. Even when no one was using them, the chains would creak in the wind, a slow, lazy squeal that blended into the summer night like cricket noise. When someone did sit on them, you could hear the rhythm change. Chain, chain, chain. Then the soft scuff of shoes dragging the dirt to slow down. Sometimes we'd push the swings as hard as we could, not because we wanted to swing, but because the higher you went, the more grown up you felt. Like you could launch yourself out of childhood if you kicked hard enough. Around the playground, the park had its own small world. There was a baseball field that looked bigger at night because the dark swallowed the edges. The bleachers were just metal planks on metal supports, and if you climbed them, they would give a hollow groan that carried farther than you wanted it to. The benches were scattered in a way that made them seem random, like someone had dropped them and never bothered to line them up. And the woods, those thin woods, stood like a fence, made of trunks and shadows, not deep enough to get lost in, but deep enough to hide behind. That's why it felt safe. It felt like the kind of place where trouble would be obvious, where you'd hear someone walking through leaves long before they reached you, where a car would be loud on the street if it slowed down, where you'd see headlights sweep across the park like a searchlight and have time to grab your bikes and disappear. We trusted it the way kids trust routines. Our parents trusted it too, in a distant, careless way. They didn't love the idea of us being out late, but they also didn't panic. The park was close enough that we could ride there in 5 minutes. It wasn't some sketchy part of town. It wasn't near a highway. It wasn't near a bar or a gas station or anything that attracted strangers. It was just there. Every summer, the same conversation happened at my house. My mom would stand at the kitchen sink, hands in soapy water, and call out without turning around. "What time are you coming home?" And I'd say, "Before the streetlights." She'd pause like she wanted to argue. Then she'd sigh and say, "As soon as the streetlights come on, not 10 minutes after, not when you feel like it." My dad was stricter, but in a lazy way. He wasn't the type to go searching for me. He'd just let the punishment land later. If I came in too late, he'd make it clear, with silence. The next day, he'd take away the bike or the video games without raising his voice. That kind of punishment stuck more because you couldn't fight it. So we learned to operate in those margins. Right before the streetlights, right before a parent noticed the time, right before the world shifted from kids being kids to, "What are you doing out there?" The park was the sweet spot. It was where we could be loud enough to feel alive, but not loud enough to get caught. It was where we could sit in the half-dark and feel older than we were. It was where we could talk about high school rumors and pretend we didn't care. Where we could swear without getting scolded. Where we could complain about our parents like it mattered. And because it was neutral, it became a mirror. Whoever you were that day, whoever you wanted to be, that's who you became at the park. The park didn't judge you. It didn't remember you. It didn't hold on to your mistakes. It was just grass and metal and wood and shadows. At least, that's what we told ourselves. Looking back now, I realize there was always something slightly off about the park at night. Something we ignored because it didn't fit the story we wanted. There were nights when the air felt too still, like the trees were holding their breath. Nights when the playground looked darker than it should under the streetlights. Nights when you could swear you saw movement at the edge of the woods, only to realize it was just a branch shifting or a raccoon darting away. We laughed at that stuff. We made jokes. We dared each other to walk into the woods for 10 seconds. We threw rocks at the slide and listened to the hollow clang echo back. We thought the echoes were funny. We thought the darkness was a prop. We thought the park was a place that belonged to us. And that belief, the belief that a space is safe because you have claimed it, can make you blind in a way that is almost terrifying on its own. Because it isn't just that we didn't expect danger. It's that we had already decided it wasn't possible. So when the park finally did something that didn't match our idea of it, we didn't react the way you think you would. We didn't sprint away at the first strange sound. We didn't immediately accept that something was wrong. We did what kids always do in places they trust. We stayed. We listened. And we tried to explain it away. It happened on a night that felt like every other summer night in my memory, which is part of why it still gets under my skin. I was 13, old enough to feel invincible, young enough to still believe the world followed rules. It was a Saturday, not the kind with plans or family trips, just a lazy day that ended with the neighborhood settling into its evening routine. Earlier, we'd ridden our bikes to a pizza place a few miles away. Nothing special. Greasy slices, soda that tasted like syrup, the smell of flour and old oil clinging to our clothes when we left. Then we'd ended up at Tony's house because Tony's backyard was the one place our parents didn't hover too much. His mom liked knowing where he was, but she didn't want him inside making a mess. So she'd let us hang out until we got too loud. We always got too loud. By the time the sun started to drop, we were all sprawled out in Tony's yard, talking over each other, laughing for no reason, throwing a ball that nobody really cared about catching. At some point, his mom opened the back door and yelled, "Either quiet down, send your friends home, or go somewhere else." Her voice had that tone, the one adults use when they're tired of repeating themselves, but don't want to admit they're annoyed. 3 of our friends decided to head home. I don't even remember their excuses. Dinner, curfew, a parent calling. It didn't matter. It left just me Tony and Rob, standing in the driveway with our bikes, deciding what to do with the rest of the night like it was a serious negotiation. The park? Tony suggested, already halfway on his bike. Rob shrugged. Sure. I should have said no. I should have said I was tired. I should have gone home and gone to bed and never learned what it feels like when a place you trust makes a sound that doesn't belong to it. But the truth is, riding bikes at night felt like freedom in its purest form. The air was cooler. The streets were quieter. Your tires whispered over the pavement instead of rattling. The whole world felt like it had stepped back to let you move through it. So we rode. The park was only 5 minutes away. We cut down side streets, past houses where TVs glowed behind curtains, past sprinklers clicking and spraying, past the one street light that always flickered like it couldn't decide whether to stay on. By the time we rolled up to the park entrance, the sky was deep blue, almost black, and the street lights had come on in full. The park looked the same as always. That's the part I want to emphasize, because people always picture these stories starting in some obviously creepy place. They imagine fog and owls and distant howls. That wasn't it. The grass was trimmed. The benches were where they always were. The playground sat in the center like a sleeping animal made of metal and plastic. We leaned our bikes against a bench and climbed up onto the playground platform, like we always did. From up there, we could see the street through the trees. We could see the empty baseball field. We could hear the insects buzzing so loudly it felt like static in the air. We talked for a while. Nothing important. School. A girl Tony liked. Some dumb rumor about a teacher. The kind of conversation that feels life or death when you're 13 and becomes meaningless later. Then Tony stopped talking mid-sentence. He lifted his head slightly, like an animal hearing something far away, and he said, "Shh, did you hear that?" Rob and I froze. For a second, all I could hear was the cicadas, the distant hum of a car on a main road, my own heartbeat, which felt louder than it should have. "What?" I whispered, even though there was no reason to whisper. Tony frowned. I thought I heard something, like a footstep, or like something hit the playground. We listened again. Nothing. Rob exhaled like he'd been holding his breath. "It's probably a raccoon." Tony didn't look convinced, but he let it go, and we went back to talking. The moment passed, like weird moments always do, when you don't take them seriously. A few minutes later, it happened again. A sound, distinct this time. A metal clang. Not loud like someone kicked the structure, more like someone tapped it with something hard. It echoed through the hollow parts of the playground and then faded into the buzzing night. We all looked around at once, our heads turning in the same direction, like we were connected. "Was that you?" I asked, staring at Rob. He lifted both hands. "No." Tony leaned forward and peered down through the gaps in the platform. "Hello?" he called, half joking. No answer. We climbed down, our sneakers thudding softly on the plastic steps, and walked around the playground. We checked behind the slide, under the platform, near the swings. We looked toward the woods, expecting to see someone darting away. There was no one. The park was empty. Not probably empty. Empty the way a room is empty when you've searched every corner. We stood there for a moment, staring at each other, like we were waiting for someone to laugh and admit it was a prank. Rob forced a chuckle. "Okay, that was weird." Tony nodded slowly. "Whatever. Let's just sit back up." So we climbed back onto the platform. We sat down. We talked again, but the conversation didn't flow the same way. There was a thin layer of attention now, like part of our brain stayed focused on listening, even while we tried to act normal. A few minutes passed, then another sound. Not a clang this time. A thud. A dull, heavy impact, like something dropped inside the structure. It vibrated through the metal. You could feel it in the soles of your feet. Rob stood up immediately. Nope, someone's here. Tony leaned toward the slide entrance, the dark hole at the top where you'd normally sit before you pushed off. He squinted like he could see into it. "Hey," he called, trying to sound tough. "If someone's messing with us, cut it out." The slide didn't answer. The night didn't answer. And then, a voice did. It was soft, like it had to travel through the metal first. A child's voice, young enough that it didn't sound like a prank, because what teenager can imitate that perfectly without slipping? The voice came from inside the slide. It said calmly, like it was speaking from right beside us, "Hello." Every hair on my arms lifted. I didn't even realize I'd stood up until my knees locked and I felt the plastic platform under my shoes. Tony's face went pale in the streetlight. Rob's mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. We stared at the slide entrance. It was just darkness. Nothing moved. No shadow shifted. No hand appeared. I took a step closer, because my brain refused to accept what my ears had heard. I leaned down, put my hands on the rim of the slide, and listened. The inside smelled like old rain and metal, cooler than the air outside. "Is someone in there?" I asked, my voice coming out thinner than I wanted. For a second, nothing. Then the same voice again, closer this time. "Hi." I felt my stomach drop. Rob whispered, "Dude, there's no way." Tony swallowed hard. "There has to be a kid down there." That made sense. It was the only explanation that fit without breaking reality. A little kid stuck inside, maybe. Lost. Scared. We hadn't seen anyone come in, but maybe he'd been in there already. Maybe he'd crawled in earlier, and we just didn't notice. So I did the stupid, brave thing 13-year-olds do when they think they're being heroes. I leaned closer and said, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Silence. I waited. Nothing. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. I looked back at my friends, hoping one of them would tell me to stop, to leave it alone, to go get an adult. But they were staring at me like they couldn't move either. So I slid down. I pushed off, my body curling as I went into the spiral. The metal was cold against the back of my legs. The inside of the slide was darker than it should have been. For a moment, all I could hear was the sound of my own clothes scraping the metal and my breath bouncing back at me, loud and frantic. I expected to collide with a child at any second. I expected to see a small shape tucked into the curve. But when I reached the bottom, the slide was empty. I stumbled out onto the mulch, spun around, and stared up into the darkness of the slide's mouth like it was staring back. Nothing. No movement. No footsteps. No running. Tony and Rob rushed down the steps, their shoes hitting the plastic with frantic speed. Tony dropped to his knees and looked into the bottom of the slide. Rob circled the playground, scanning the park like he expected someone to leap out. "There's no one," Rob said, voice shaking. Tony looked around wildly. "That's not possible." And then, from inside the slide, higher up this time, like it was speaking from the curve where the spiral tightened, the child's voice said my name. Not "hey," not "you." My name. Soft. Clear. Like it had always known it. I froze so hard my muscles locked. Tony's eyes snapped to me. Rob's face went white, and for a moment, none of us moved. Because in that second, we all understood the same thing without saying it out loud. If there was a kid in there, it wasn't lost. It wasn't scared. It was waiting. The park stayed perfectly still around us, the buzzing insects suddenly sounding too far away, like the whole night had stepped back and left us alone with the slide. We didn't run yet. That was the worst part. We just stood there, staring at the darkness, listening to our own breathing, as if the next sound would decide whether we lived in a normal world or something else entirely. And then the slide went quiet again, like it had never spoken at all. Fear didn't hit us the way it does in movies. There was no screaming. No one bolted into the dark. No dramatic moment where we all looked at each other and knew, without a doubt, that something was wrong. Instead, what came first was something quieter, more dangerous: confusion. I stood at the bottom of the slide, staring up into its dark, spiraling mouth, waiting for my eyes to adjust. The metal above me reflected the streetlight in warped streaks, bending the glow into thin, uneven lines that crawled along the inside like pale veins. My heart was racing, but my brain refused to catch up with it. I kept telling myself there had to be an explanation. There always was. Tony crouched beside me, one hand braced against the metal support beam. He leaned forward and craned his neck, squinting up into the slide as if looking harder might force reality to rearrange itself into something manageable. "There's no way," he muttered. "There's just no way someone could be in there." Rob hadn't come close yet. He stood a few steps back, near the edge of the playground, shifting his weight from foot to foot like he was ready to run, but didn't want to be the first one to do it. His eyes kept flicking toward the tree line, then back to us, like he expected someone to burst out laughing and admit this was a prank. I climbed back up the steps slowly, my shoes scraping against the plastic treads. Each step felt louder than it should have been, echoing through the structure and into the quiet park. When I reached the top platform, I knelt down and leaned over the entrance of the slide again. The smell hit me first. It was stronger up there, metallic and stale, with an undercurrent of something damp, like wet leaves left too long in a pile. I pressed my ear closer, holding my breath, listening for anything. A footstep, a whisper, a laugh. Nothing. The slide was silent. I tapped the metal lightly with my knuckle. The sound rang out hollow and sharp, bouncing back at me from the inside, and then dissolving into the night. "See?" Tony said, forcing confidence into his voice. "It's empty." Rob edged closer now, emboldened by the lack of immediate response. "It had to be a kid messing around," he said. "Like, maybe someone crawled out the bottom when you weren't looking." I shook my head. I was right there. I would have seen them. "Unless they were already gone," Tony added quickly. "Kids are fast." That explanation hung in the air, thin but comforting. It was something we could grab onto, even if it didn't quite fit. A kid who somehow got in without us noticing. A kid who hid perfectly, then slipped away at the exact moment none of us were looking. We wanted it to be true. That was the part we didn't recognize at the time. That we weren't investigating because we were brave or logical or curious. We were investigating because accepting the alternative would mean admitting the park wasn't what we thought it was. And if the park wasn't safe, then nothing around us really was. "Maybe it was an echo," Rob said, trying a different angle. Someone talking on the street or something. The slide just carried the sound. That doesn't explain it saying hello, I replied. My voice sounded too loud in my own ears, like I was breaking some rule by acknowledging it out loud. Tony waved a hand dismissively. People say stuff all the time. Maybe someone was walking their dog and we didn't see them. At 10 at night? Rob asked. In the woods? Tony hesitated, then shrugged. I don't know. I'm just saying it's not impossible. That word, impossible, kept circling us like a threat. None of us wanted to be the one to use it first. We circled the playground again, more thoroughly this time, shining our phone screens into the darker corners. Under the platform, behind the support beams, around the base of the slide, nothing. The park felt smaller now, tighter, like it had folded in on itself while we weren't paying attention. The buzzing of the insects seemed louder, more insistent, like static filling the spaces where our confidence had been. Somewhere far off, a car door slammed, the sound echoing faintly through the trees. I told myself to calm down. I told myself this was just adrenaline, that my body was reacting to a scare that had already passed. I focused on the facts. We didn't see anyone. We didn't hear footsteps running away. There was no physical evidence that anyone else had been there. So what? Rob said, trying to laugh. The slide talked. Big deal. No one laughed with him. Tony straightened up and checked his phone. It's getting late, he said. We should probably head back anyway. I nodded too quickly. Yeah, probably. We gathered our bikes from the bench, the metal frames clinking softly as we lifted them. The sound made me flinch. Every noise did now. The park had gone from background to foreground in my mind, every creak and rustle demanding attention. As we walked toward the path, I glanced back at the playground. It looked exactly the same. The slide stood there, inert and ordinary, its entrance a dark oval that reflected nothing. The swings hung motionless, chains slack. If you had walked into the park at that moment, you would have seen 3 kids with bikes, no signs of panic, no evidence of anything out of place. That's what made it worse. Because nothing about the park acknowledged what had just happened. We mounted our bikes and started riding, tires crunching softly over the gravel at the park entrance before hitting the smooth pavement of the street. The rhythm of pedaling helped, grounding me in something familiar. Left foot, right foot, the soft whir of the chain. For a few seconds, I almost convinced myself we'd overreacted. Then Rob said, "Did you hear that again?" I nearly swerved. "What?" Tony snapped. Rob slowed, turning his head slightly. "I thought I heard breathing." We all stopped. The streetlight above us hummed quietly, its glow flickering just enough to make the shadows jump. I listened hard, straining past the cicadas, past the distant traffic. I heard nothing but my own breath. "You're freaking yourself out," Tony said, though his voice lacked conviction. "We're not even in the park anymore." Rob nodded, embarrassed. "Yeah, sorry." We rode the rest of the way in silence. My house came into view first, a 2-story place with beige siding and a small backyard fenced in by weathered wood. The porch light was on, casting a soft glow over the driveway. It should have felt comforting, familiar. Instead, I felt exposed. We leaned our bikes against the side of the house and cut through the yard, grass brushing against our ankles. The night smelled different here, less metal, more damp earth. The hum of the neighborhood returned, an air conditioner kicking on somewhere nearby, a TV murmuring through an open window, the distant bark of a dog. We sat on the back steps, breathing hard, not from the ride, but from everything we hadn't said. Tony wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "Okay," he said, trying to sound casual. "So, what do you think that was?" I shrugged, staring at the fence. "Probably nothing." Rob snorted softly. "Yeah, nothing that knows your name." I shot him a look. "Don't say it like that." He raised his hands. "I'm just saying." We sat there for a while, replaying the scene in pieces. Tony insisted it had to be a kid. Rob leaned toward the idea of some kind of prank, maybe older teens messing with us. I clung to the echo theory, even though it didn't make sense anymore. Rational explanations stacked on top of each other like cards in a shaky tower. Each one looked okay on its own, but none of them held real weight. Still, we kept talking. Talking was easier than sitting in silence and listening to the night. That was when the sound came again. A soft knock. It wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. Just a gentle tapping against the wooden gate that led into my backyard, like someone testing whether they had the right house. 3 knocks, evenly spaced. Tony froze mid-sentence. Rob's head snapped up. My heart dropped into my stomach. "Did you hear that?" Tony whispered. Another knock. I stood up slowly, every muscle tense. The gate was old, its slats warped and sun-bleached. There was a narrow gap where one board didn't quite line up, just wide enough to peek through if you leaned close. "Who is it?" I called, my voice shaking despite my effort to keep it steady. Silence. I took a step closer, dread pooling low in my chest. My mind raced through possibilities. Neighbor, parent, someone looking for a lost pet, anything normal. Then a voice spoke. "Hello." It was calm, adult, female. I swallowed hard. "Can I help you?" "I was wondering," the woman said, her tone polite, almost friendly. "Were you boys just at the park?" My blood went cold. Tony moved closer, his shoulder brushing mine. Rob stayed back, his face pale. I leaned toward the gate and peered through the gap. She was standing right on the other side, close enough that I could see her clearly in the dim light. Middle-aged, ordinary clothes, but she was smiling in a way that didn't reach her eyes, and she was already looking straight at me. I stepped back instinctively, my pulse roaring in my ears. "No," I said quickly. "Sorry, we weren't." Tony echoed me, his voice sharper. "Yeah, not us." The woman's smile didn't fade. "Are you sure?" "Yes," I said. "We have to go inside." There was a pause, a long one. Then she said, "All right, thank you." I waited, heart pounding, listening for her footsteps to retreat. When I leaned forward again to check, she was still there, still smiling, still watching through the gap. That was when fear finally arrived. Not loud, not explosive, just heavy. We didn't say another word. We went inside, locked the door, and sat in the dark living room listening to the house breathe, the refrigerator humming, the air vents ticking as the system adjusted. We didn't talk about what we'd heard at the park anymore, because now, whatever it was, it didn't feel like it had stayed there. And deep down, I think we all knew something had followed us home. That night didn't end when we went inside. That's something I understand now, looking back with the clarity that only comes after years of replaying the same memory in your head. At the time, though, we believed the door was enough. The walls, the locks, the familiar sounds of a house settling into sleep. We believed that whatever had happened in the park belonged there. We were wrong. Inside my house, everything felt smaller. The living room lights stayed off, but the glow from the digital clock on the microwave spilled faint blue numbers across the kitchen tile. The refrigerator hummed steadily, the kind of low mechanical sound you never notice until the rest of the world goes quiet. Somewhere in the walls, the air conditioner clicked on, pushing cool air through the vents with a soft rush that made the curtains stir. Tony sat on the couch, hunched forward, elbows on his knees. Rob leaned against the far wall, arms crossed tight over his chest. I stood near the back door, listening harder than I should have, my hand still hovering near the lock like I didn't fully trust it. No one spoke for a while. When Tony finally broke the silence, his voice came out too loud. "That was just some lady." Rob shot him a look. "Some lady who knew where we'd been?" Tony shook his head quickly. "She asked. That doesn't mean anything." I wanted to agree. I needed to agree, so I nodded, even though my stomach felt hollow. "She probably saw us riding our bikes. That's all." "From where?" Rob asked. "The park's surrounded by trees." Tony opened his mouth, then closed it again. He looked down at the carpet, rubbing his palms together like he was trying to wipe something invisible off his skin. The silence crept back in, heavier this time. That's when we heard it, not outside, inside. A sound so faint at first that my brain tried to ignore it. A soft vibration, barely more than a suggestion, traveling through the floorboards beneath our feet. It wasn't loud enough to identify right away. Just a subtle tremor, like someone had shifted their weight against the side of the house. Tony looked up sharply. "Did you feel that?" I swallowed. "Feel what?" The vibration came again, stronger this time. The glass in the back door rattled, just slightly, producing a delicate clink that set my teeth on edge. Rob uncrossed his arms. That wasn't the wind. The backyard was fenced in on all sides. No trees close enough to brush against the house. No reason for the door to move. I stepped closer to the door, leaning in until my forehead nearly touched the cool glass. I strained to hear past the refrigerator, past the AC, past my own breathing. That's when the sound sharpened. A scrape, metal against metal. My pulse spiked so hard it made me dizzy. Tony stood up slowly. That's the gate, right?" The backyard gate was metal-latched wood, old and loose. It had always made noise when someone touched it. The rational part of my brain clung to that detail like a lifeline. "Probably," I said. "Yeah, probably." But then it happened again. A longer scrape this time, drawn out, deliberate. The latch vibrated, sending a faint tremor through the door and into the floor. I could feel it through my shoes, a subtle buzzing sensation that crawled up my legs, and layered beneath it, breathing. Not loud, not obvious, just a soft, rhythmic sound, like air being pushed through a narrow space, like someone standing too close to a microphone. Rob backed away from the door, shaking his head. "No, no, no, no." I wanted to move too, but my feet felt anchored. Every instinct screamed at me to put distance between myself and that sound, but something else, something darker, kept me rooted in place, listening. The breathing grew clearer. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't panicked. It was slow and steady, as if whoever was making it had all the time in the world. Tony whispered, "Do you hear that?" I nodded. The latch rattled again. Then the sound changed. A whisper slipped through the thin crack around the doorframe, so faint I almost missed it. At first, it sounded like air escaping, like the wind forcing itself into the house through some tiny gap. Then it formed a word. "Hello." My name followed immediately after. Soft, intimate, close enough that I felt it rather than heard it. My knees nearly buckled. Rob made a choking sound and clamped a hand over his mouth. Tony grabbed my arm, his grip tight enough to hurt. "That's not possible," he whispered. "That's not—" The whisper came again, closer this time, layered with the sound of breath brushing against wood. "I'm still here." The latch vibrated violently, metal clattering against metal in rapid succession. The whole door shook now, not hard enough to break, but hard enough to make the glass buzz like a struck bell. The vibration traveled up the wall, into the ceiling, into my bones. Panic finally took hold. I stumbled backward, pulling free of Tony's grip, nearly tripping over the coffee table. My chest burned, breath coming in short, shallow gasps that tasted like dust and fear. Every part of me was screaming run, but there was nowhere to go. "Upstairs," Rob hissed. "We need to get upstairs." We moved as one, bolting for the stairs at the far end of the house. The sound followed us. Not footsteps, not movement, but vibration. The metal scrape echoed through the walls, as if the house itself were amplifying it, carrying it from room to room. As we climbed, the whisper changed location. It didn't stay behind us. It came from below, from inside the walls, from the vents. I heard my name again, this time distorted, stretched thin by the echo of metal and hollow space. It sounded wrong, like someone mimicking the way it should be said, without understanding it. Tony sobbed quietly as we reached my bedroom, slamming the door behind us. I locked it, though I had no idea what good it would do. The room was dark except for the faint glow of my alarm clock. Red numbers. 10:47 p.m. The whisper continued. It drifted through the vent above my bed, a faint hiss layered with breath. The metal grate rattled softly, vibrating in time with the sound, as if something on the other side were pressing against it. "I can hear you breathing," the voice whispered. I clutched the edge of my bed, fingers digging into the mattress. My breathing stuttered, then stopped entirely as I tried to make myself silent. Rob crouched by the door, his back pressed against it, eyes wide and unblinking. Tony stood frozen near the window, staring at the curtains like he expected something to push through them at any second. The whisper moved again. This time, it came from the closet. The thin wooden door rattled, its handle turning just enough to make a soft clicking sound. Not opening, just testing. The metal inside the walls vibrated in response, a low hum that filled the room like a living thing. I squeezed my eyes shut. The sounds overlapped now, breathing from the vent, whispering from the closet, the distant scrape of metal somewhere below. Each one distinct, each one close enough to feel personal. My name came again, clearer than ever. "Why did you leave?" The question hung in the air, heavy and intimate. I realized then that whatever this was, it wasn't confused. It knew exactly where we were. Tony slid down the wall, knees hitting the carpet. "Make it stop," he whispered. Not to us, but to the room itself. The whisper responded immediately, as if it had been waiting. I didn't. The metal vibrated one last time, hard enough that the vent cover popped loose, clattering softly onto the floor. We screamed then, all three of us. The sound felt small against the pressure building in the room, swallowed by the hum, the breath, the whispering that seemed to come from everywhere at once. And then, silence. Complete, sudden, absolute. The refrigerator downstairs hummed on. The air conditioner cycled off. The house settled with a soft pop in the walls. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Nothing spoke. We stood there in the aftermath, shaking, gasping, listening for any sign that it would start again. It didn't. That silence was worse than the noise, because once you hear something that close, once you feel it inside the walls, inside the air, you never stop listening for it again. And even now, years later, when a house goes quiet too suddenly, I still hold my breath, waiting to hear my name whispered back to me. We didn't sleep. Not really. Not the way you're supposed to sleep when you're 13, and the worst thing in your life is a math test on Monday. We did that half sleep, where your eyes close, but your ears stay wide open, where every small noise feels like it's happening on purpose. After the vent cover fell, and the whispering stopped, we stayed in my room for a long time without moving. The silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt staged, like the quiet you get right before a thunderstorm breaks, when the air seems to pause and everything waits. Rob was the first one to speak, and even then, he barely used a voice. "It's gone," he whispered. Tony shook his head slowly, as if the motion itself might set something off. "No," he said. "It just stopped." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. The inside of my mouth felt dry, like I'd been breathing dust. My heart wouldn't slow down. It kept slamming into my ribs, as if it wanted out. Eventually, we convinced ourselves to leave the room, not because we felt safe, because we couldn't stand being trapped in there, listening for a sound that might come back through the vent, the closet, the walls. We moved like we were sneaking through our own house. Every step on the stairs felt too loud. Every floorboard creak felt like it might be answered. Downstairs, the living room looked exactly the way we'd left it. The couch, the coffee table, the faint blue glow from the microwave clock. The house didn't look disturbed. Nothing was knocked over. The back door stood firm in its frame, locked, still. That almost made it worse. If the house looked normal, then what we'd heard had no proof. And if there was no proof, then it meant it could happen again without warning, without evidence, without anyone believing us. Tony's voice shook. "Your dad. He's asleep, right?" I nodded. "Yeah. He has to be. He works early." Rob glanced down the hallway toward my parents' bedroom like he expected my father to appear in the doorway, confused, demanding to know why we were creeping around like burglars. The hallway stayed dark. We drifted into the kitchen because it was the brightest place without turning on a light. Moonlight leaked in through the window above the sink, turning the counter into a pale strip. The refrigerator's hum seemed louder now, like it was filling the silence on purpose. Rob asked for water. I poured 3 glasses from the tap, and the sound of running water was almost comforting. Steady, simple, real. Tony drank his in one gulp. Rob sipped slowly, eyes darting to the back door every few seconds. We tried to talk ourselves down. We tried to rebuild reality. "Maybe it was the AC," Tony said. "Like, the vent cover fell because of the air pressure." Rob gave him a look. "And the voice?" Tony swallowed. "Maybe someone outside?" "But we were upstairs," I said. I hated how small my voice sounded. How would someone outside whisper into my vent? Tony didn't answer. He stared into his empty glass as if the bottom might offer him a better explanation. Rob shook his head. "This is stupid," he muttered. "We should call someone." "Call who?" Tony snapped, suddenly angry. It didn't sound like him. His voice had the brittle edge of panic. "The cops. What are you going to say?" "Hi, officer. The slide talked to us, and then my friend's house whispered my name." Rob flinched. I don't know. There it was. The trap. We were stuck in something that didn't leave fingerprints. We decided the safest thing to do was wait until morning. Tony and Rob could crash at my place. We'd keep the lights off so we didn't wake my dad. We'd try to act normal, like this was just a sleepover that happened to start with a terrifying night. We made a nest of blankets on the living room floor because none of us wanted to be alone in a room. The couch felt too separate, too far from each other, and the idea of lying down upstairs made my stomach tighten. Down here, at least, we had a view of the back door and the hallway at the same time. The clock on the microwave ticked forward in cold blue numbers. 11:38, 11:52, 12:06. Every time it changed, it felt like proof that time was still moving, that the night was not frozen in whatever moment had broken it. Rob tried to joke, but his voice kept cracking. Tony kept staring at the ceiling, like he expected something to appear there. I lay on my back and listened to the house. A house makes a lot of noise when you finally pay attention to it. The refrigerator compressor clicked on and off. Pipes in the walls made soft ticking sounds. The air conditioner cycled, the vents sighing as cool air moved through them. Somewhere outside, a dog barked once and then went quiet. At around 12:20, I started to believe, just a little, that it was over, that we'd survived whatever it was in the park, and then survived the weirdness in my house. And now it had lost interest, that the night would end like every other night, with us falling asleep in front of the TV and waking up with stiff backs and the sun in our eyes. Then the backyard gate knocked. It wasn't a random rattle. It wasn't wind. It wasn't the loose hinge shifting. It was 3 knocks. Even. Patient. Measured. Knock. 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 Tony sat up so fast the blanket slid off his shoulders. Rob's head snapped toward the back door, eyes wide. I pushed myself upright, my heart instantly in my throat. We froze, listening. For a second, nothing else happened. Then the latch rattled softly, the metal scraping against metal with a slow, deliberate sound, like a hand testing it without urgency. Rob whispered, "No." Tony's face was pale. He looked at me as if I was supposed to fix it, as if it was my gate, my house, my responsibility. The knocking came again. Same rhythm, same spacing. Knock, knock, knock. My mouth went dry. I stood up, not because I wanted to, but because sitting still felt impossible. The back door was locked. The curtains over the glass panel were thin enough that you could see shadows if someone stood close. I tried not to look at them, because I was afraid of what I might see. I stepped toward the door anyway, each footfall muffled by the carpet, my hands shaking at my sides. "Who is it?" I called softly, barely louder than a whisper. Silence. Then, from the other side of the door, close enough that it sounded like it was coming through the crack around the frame, came a voice. Not the woman's voice from earlier. A child's voice. The same one from the slide. It said, in a tone that was almost cheerful, "Hello." My skin went cold all at once. I felt it ripple over my arms, my neck, my scalp. Tony made a strangled sound, like he was choking on air. Rob backed up until his shoulders hit the wall. I couldn't move. The voice spoke again, closer, clearer, as if the door was nothing but paper. "Open." I didn't answer. The latch scraped. Slow, careful, like it had all night. The voice continued, the words light and wrong, like someone reciting a line from a game. "You forgot something." There it was, the exact phrase we'd heard earlier, before we'd even fully processed what it meant. Hearing it again was like being pulled backward in time, back to the slide, back to the darkness inside metal, back to that moment of staring into a place that should have been empty. Rob whispered, Don't open it." Tony shook his head fast, eyes wet. No. The knocking stopped. For a second, I thought it was gone again. Then the gate rattled hard, the wood thumping against the fence with enough force that the whole back door trembled. The glass panel vibrated with a thin, high shiver. The latch clinked rapidly, like something shaking it with impatience. I lunged to lock the deadbolt again, even though it was already locked. My fingers slipped on the metal. I could barely feel what I was doing. Tony had stood up behind me. He grabbed my shoulder and pulled me away from the door as if he was afraid I'd open it without meaning to. "Stop!" he hissed. "Stop going near it." The gate rattled again, then went still. I stood frozen, listening to the night outside, listening for footsteps, listening for the sound of a child running away across the grass. Nothing. No footsteps, no leaves crunching, no bike chain, just silence, heavy and thick. And that was when something truly unsettling happened. The voice spoke again, but this time it didn't come from outside. It came from the hallway, soft, distant, like it was traveling down the corridor from the darkness near the stairs. "Hello." My blood turned to ice. I stared at the hallway, the black rectangle of it, the way it swallowed light, the way the air seemed colder there. Rob's eyes went wide. "Did you hear that?" he breathed. Tony clutched my arm so hard his fingernails dug into my skin. "No," he whispered, but he didn't sound like he believed it. "No, it's outside. It has to be outside." The voice repeated a little closer. "Open." My stomach dropped. I felt sick, like my body was trying to reject the reality of what was happening. Rob backed away from the hallway, stumbling over the blanket. "It's in the house," he whispered. "It's in the house." I wanted to run upstairs, but the idea of moving toward that voice made my legs feel like dead weight. Tony kept shaking his head, eyes squeezed shut, as if he could erase it by refusing to look. The gate rattled once more, loud and violent, like a final warning. And then, just like before, everything stopped. No rattling, no whisper, no breathing, nothing. The refrigerator hummed on, indifferent. The microwave clock displayed 12:41 a.m., like it hadn't just witnessed something impossible. We stood there for a long time, not daring to move, not daring to speak, listening to the house as if it might betray us again at any second. Eventually, Tony sank back to the floor, trembling. Rob stayed pressed against the wall, staring at the hallway like a man watching the edge of a cliff. I sat down slowly, my hands still shaking so badly I couldn't make them stop. We didn't talk after that. There was nothing to say that wouldn't make it worse. When the adrenaline finally started to burn off, it left behind a heavy exhaustion that felt like drowning. At some point, my eyelids closed, not because I decided to sleep, but because my body simply gave up. I remember lying on the living room floor, staring at the ceiling in the darkness. The air conditioner clicked off, and the sudden quiet made my heart leap. The house shifted with a soft creak. A pipe ticked. Somewhere outside, a tree branch scraped lightly against the fence. Every normal sound made me flinch, because it sounded too close to something intentional. I listened until my ears hurt. I listened to the refrigerator hum. I listened to the faint buzz of the streetlight outside. I listened to Tony's shallow breathing. I listened to Rob shifting once, then going still. And in the spaces between those sounds, In the gaps where the world should have been empty, I waited for the whisper to return. It didn't. But that was the worst part, because by then, I understood something I'd never understood before. A place doesn't have to stay loud to prove it's there. Sometimes it's enough that it knocked. Sometimes it's enough that it said your name. Sometimes it's enough that it made you spend the rest of the night lying awake, listening to a house settle, wondering if the silence is real, or if it's just waiting for you to relax. If you had asked me in my 20s whether I believed in ghosts, I would have laughed. Not because I was brave, but because I'd learned how to survive by making everything small, by shrinking the parts of my past that didn't fit into a clean, rational world, by filing away anything that felt impossible under the category of kid stuff, overactive imagination, late-night adrenaline, shadows that looked like monsters because you wanted them to. That was my coping mechanism. Even if I didn't have a name for it then, I convinced myself that the park was nothing more than a weird summer memory. A night that felt huge at 13 and then slowly faded into the background as life piled on top of it. School, jobs, relationships, rent, bills, deadlines. The kind of memory that only resurfaces when you're half asleep and you catch a certain smell or hear a certain sound, and your brain opens a file you didn't know it still kept. And for a long time, it worked. I grew up. I got my driver's license. I stopped riding bikes at night. I stopped hanging out at playgrounds. Stopped measuring my evenings by streetlights. Stopped believing the world was divided into safe places and dangerous places based on what felt familiar. High school ended. Friends drifted away. Tony moved to another state. Rob got into trouble and then straightened out. Last I heard, he had a kid of his own. We weren't close anymore. We didn't talk about that night. That was part of the deal. The less you talk about something, the less real it feels. After college, I moved out of my hometown, the way people do when they want a fresh start, without admitting they're running from anything. I told everyone it was for work, for opportunity, for a change of scenery, and that was true. Mostly. I landed in a mid-sized city a few states away, a place where nobody knew the streets I'd grown up on, where the houses didn't look like the ones from my childhood, where the parks weren't the same wedges of grass and woods tucked behind neighborhood blocks. I rented a small apartment in a complex that smelled like carpet cleaner and stale air. The kind of building where you could hear your neighbors through the walls, but never knew their names. The hallway lights were always a little too bright, always a little too cold, and the elevator had a security camera sticker on the mirror that read, "Smile, you're on camera," like it was supposed to be funny. I worked long hours. I was tired most of the time, the kind of tired that leaves you numb rather than sleepy. When I wasn't at work, I was either trying to eat something decent, trying to keep the laundry from forming a permanent mountain in the corner, or trying to convince myself I wasn't lonely. On the surface, my life was normal, and that normalness was what finally let me believe the park had been a fluke. It's amazing what adulthood does to fear. As a kid, fear is loud and dramatic. It fills the room and demands attention. As an adult, fear becomes a background hum you learn to ignore. You worry about money, about health, about time, about whether you're wasting your life. Those fears are constant, so you don't have the emotional bandwidth to keep feeding an old, half-formed nightmare from your childhood. So I told myself the story had changed. I told myself we were 13. It was dark. We were keyed up. Someone pranked us. A woman asked us a question at my gate, and we turned it into something bigger because we wanted a scary story. It sounded convincing when I said it in my own head. The problem was, my body never believed it. Even when my mind had moved on, my body still reacted to certain things like they were threats. If I heard a metal clank in an empty stairwell, my shoulders would tighten. If I heard a child laugh somewhere I couldn't see, my stomach would drop. If the air in a room suddenly went too quiet, if the AC clicked off and left that unnatural stillness, my heart would start racing like it remembered something my brain was trying to erase. For years, I didn't connect those dots. I chalked it up to stress, anxiety, too much caffeine, lack of sleep, the usual adult excuses. But every now and then, something would happen that made the past flare up so vividly it felt like time travel. The first time was in my first apartment. It was winter. Snow had crusted the sidewalks, and the city felt muffled, like someone had wrapped it in cotton. I'd come home from a late shift at work, one of those nights where everything at the office ran behind, where the fluorescent lights left your eyes burning, where you feel like you've been trapped inside a box of artificial air. I walked into my apartment, kicked off my shoes, and stood in the dark for a minute without turning on any lights. I liked that moment, liked the way the silence felt like a reset after the noise of the world. The only sound was the refrigerator humming and the faint buzz of the hallway lights seeping through the door. Then the heating system kicked on with a heavy thunk. The vent in the ceiling rattled. And for a split second, I heard something else layered underneath the sound of air moving through metal. A whisper. Not a word I could make out. Just the shape of a voice, soft and close, like breath on the inside of a wall. I froze with my keys still in my hand. I held my breath, listening. The sound didn't come again. The heater ran. The apartment warmed. The world stayed normal. After a minute, I laughed quietly at myself and turned on a light. But my hands were shaking, and I couldn't explain why. The second time was in a parking garage. I was walking to my car after midnight, the concrete lit by harsh white LEDs. The place smelled like exhaust and damp cement. Somewhere above, water dripped steadily. My footsteps echoed too loud, making me feel like I was announcing my location to the whole building. A metal clank rang out behind me, like someone dropping a tool or shutting a door. I spun around, heart pounding. No one was there, just empty levels, long rows of parked cars, shadows under bumpers, the same repeating pattern of pillars and painted numbers. I stood there staring, waiting for the explanation to reveal itself. Nothing happened. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the sound had been deliberate. It took me years to admit what should have been obvious. I didn't forget that night in the park. I just learned how to live around it, like a splinter buried too deep for you to pull out. You stop noticing the pain until you bump it against something, and then suddenly, it's all you can think about. The city I lived in had parks too, of course. Real parks. Bigger than the one from my childhood, with paved walking paths, dog parks, jogging loops, benches spaced along trails under tall trees. Some had playgrounds with new, safe equipment made of soft plastic. Some had basketball courts and picnic areas. Some had small ponds where geese gathered and people fed them, even though the signs told them not to. I avoided them at night without realizing I was doing it. If I went for a walk after dark, I stayed on main streets, under streetlights, around restaurants and gas stations and places with witnesses. I told myself It was common sense. It was just being responsible. But it wasn't just that. I didn't like the way parks sounded at night. During the day, parks are full of noise. Kids shouting, dogs barking, people talking, music from someone's phone. At night, they shift into something else. The sounds thin out. The spaces open up. The air feels colder, even when it's not. You start hearing things you shouldn't be able to hear. The creak of a swing moving with no one on it. The rustle of leaves that could be wind or could be feet. The distant thud of a basketball when you thought the court was empty. At 13, those sounds were background. As an adult, they felt like messages. Still, I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting an old memory decide what I did with my life. I didn't want to be that person, the person who couldn't do something normal because of a childhood scare. So I pushed back, not in a dramatic way, just in small, stubborn steps. I started taking short walks in the early evening, right before the sun fully set. I told myself it was healthy. Fresh air, exercise, a way to clear my head after work. I bought better headphones. I made playlists. I tried to turn walking into a routine so it felt ordinary. And eventually, my routine brought me to a park. It wasn't the park from my childhood. It wasn't even in the same state. It was a different city entirely. A different set of trees, a different playground, different benches. Everything was new, modern, clean. There were security cameras mounted on poles near the entrances and little signs that said the park was monitored. The first time I walked through it, the sun was still up. Families were leaving with tired kids. A couple teenagers sat on a bench, laughing at something on a phone. A man jogged past me with a dog on a leash. It felt safe, normal, and that was the trap. Because the more normal it felt, the more I began to believe I'd finally outgrown whatever had happened to me, that I'd sealed it in the past and moved on. I remember thinking, as I walked down the main path and listened to my music low in one ear, maybe I made too big of a deal out of it. Maybe it was never anything. I remember smiling to myself, relieved, like I'd just won something. I didn't know then that I was about to test my luck in the one place luck doesn't matter. Because some fear isn't tied to a location. Some fear is tied to a pattern. And once you step back into the pattern, the world has a way of repeating itself, quietly, patiently, until you notice. And when it happens again, you don't get the comfort of thinking it was just a childhood imagination. You get the realization that the story didn't end. It just waited for you to come back. The park in my new city didn't look like the one from my childhood, and that difference mattered to me more than I wanted to admit. It was bigger, for one thing. Wider paths, longer sight lines. The kind of park designed by people who thought about safety in terms of checklists and grant proposals. There were clean, poured concrete walkways instead of cracked pavement. Low metal posts lined the paths, each topped with a bright white LED light that hummed faintly, casting a steady glow without the flicker I remembered from the old sodium streetlights. At the entrances, small signs announced park hours and rules in neat lettering. Beneath them, stickers warned that the area was under video surveillance. Cameras. That detail alone made my shoulders loosen the first time I noticed them. They were mounted high on poles, angled down toward the paths and playground areas, their dark lenses reflecting pinpricks of light. They looked official, permanent, like witnesses that never blinked. I told myself that whatever had happened when I was 13 belonged to a different era, before cameras everywhere, before phones, before the constant low-level awareness of being recorded. Back then, things could happen without leaving a trace. Here, that felt impossible. The first night I jogged through the park, I waited until the sun was almost gone, but not quite. The sky was still streaked with orange and purple, the kind of half-light that makes everything look softer than it really is. I'd changed into running shoes and shorts after work, left my apartment with my headphones in, and told myself I was just going for a quick loop to clear my head. Work had been heavy that week. Too many meetings, too many emails sent late at night, too much time staring at a screen until my eyes felt grainy and dry. Running was supposed to fix that, or at least distract me from it. As I entered the park, my phone vibrated in my hand, a notification I ignored. I tucked it into the armband on my arm and adjusted my headphones. Music filled my ears, not loud enough to block out the world entirely, just enough to give my thoughts something to ride on. The path curved gently to the right, following the edge of a shallow drainage canal lined with tall grass. The grass whispered softly in the breeze, the sound blending with the distant hum of traffic from a nearby road. A jogger passed me, going the opposite direction, earbuds in, eyes forward, nodding once in acknowledgement. A woman walked a dog farther ahead, the leash slack, her footsteps steady and unhurried. Normal. That word kept coming back to me as I ran. Normal park, normal night, normal adult routine. I let myself settle into the rhythm of my breathing. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. My shoes struck the pavement in a steady pattern, each step grounding me a little more in the present. The LED lights overhead cast clean circles of illumination, overlapping just enough that there were no real pockets of darkness. Even the trees along the path didn't seem threatening. Their shadows fell predictably, trimmed back by the light. About halfway through the loop, I slowed to a walk near the playground. It wasn't because I was tired. It was because some part of me had been watching it from the corner of my eye the whole time, pretending not to. The playground equipment was new. Bright colors, smooth plastic, rounded edges. Nothing like the old metal structure from my childhood. There was a slide, but it was wide and open, the kind designed to prevent kids from getting stuck. The swings had thick rubber seats instead of hard plastic. The ground beneath everything was covered in that soft, springy material meant to cushion falls. A group of parents stood nearby, talking quietly as their kids ran back and forth, voices high and excited. The sound carried easily, bouncing off the surrounding trees. It felt safe. I stood there for a moment, hands on my hips, catching my breath, watching the scene like I was trying to imprint it on my memory. See, I told myself, this is nothing. This is what parks are supposed to be. When the parents gathered their kids and left, the playground emptied out quickly. The laughter faded. The space felt larger without it. The LED lights stayed the same, but without people moving through them, the shadows seemed sharper, more defined. I hesitated, then started jogging again. The sun was fully down now, the sky a deep blue black. The park lights had brightened automatically, their hum more noticeable in the quiet. My music shifted to a slower track, the bass a steady pulse in my ears. I passed another jogger, then another. A man sat on a bench scrolling through his phone, the screen lighting his face in an unnatural glow. Someone laughed somewhere behind me, the sound echoing briefly before being swallowed by distance. As I moved deeper into the park, The path narrowed slightly, curving through a section where the trees grew closer together. The LED lights were spaced farther apart here, leaving longer stretches of shadow between them. The music in my headphones felt louder, more intrusive, so I turned it down a notch. That was when I noticed how quiet the park had become. Not empty, just quiet in a way that felt intentional. The traffic noise from the road faded, the wind dropped, even the grass seemed to still. I slowed again, my steps unconsciously matching the cadence of my breathing. The cameras were still there. I could see one mounted high on a pole near a fork in the path, its lens angled toward the ground. The sight of it reassured me, even as a familiar tension settled between my shoulder blades. I told myself I was being paranoid, that years of burying an old fear had left behind habits my body didn't know how to break. I shook out my arms, rolled my shoulders, tried to reset. That's when I heard the footsteps. At first, they blended with my own. The soft scuff of rubber on concrete, the faint rhythm of movement behind me. I assumed it was another jogger, someone who'd entered the path after me. I shifted slightly to the side, giving them room to pass. They didn't. I slowed. The footsteps slowed too. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I stood there, heart thudding, the music in my ears suddenly unbearable. I pulled one ear cup off, letting it hang around my neck, and listened. The night pressed in. No footsteps, no voices, just the faint hum of the lights and the distant chirp of insects starting up again now that the air had cooled. Coincidence, I told myself. You stopped. They stopped. I started walking. The footsteps resumed. Not closer, not farther away, just there, matching me. My pulse quickened. I told myself not to look back yet, that turning around would only confirm a fear that didn't need confirmation. I focused on the path ahead, on the next pool of light, on the curve of the trail. I took out my phone and glanced at the screen, pretending to check a message. The reflection stared back at me, my face slightly distorted by the glass, eyes wide, jaw tight. For a split second, I thought I saw movement behind me in the reflection, a darker shape where there shouldn't have been one. I lowered the phone slowly and looked ahead again. Nothing. I picked up my pace, turning the walk back into a jog. My breathing grew heavier, louder in my ears now that the music was low. The footsteps behind me changed too. No longer walking, but jogging, matching my speed with unnerving precision. That was when I finally looked back. A man stood a few yards behind me, just inside the edge of the light. He wore a hoodie pulled up over his head, despite the mild weather. His hands were in his pockets. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, like he was out for the same reason I was. But he wasn't looking at the path. He was looking at me. I slowed instinctively. He slowed too. I stopped. He stopped. The distance between us stayed the same. A cold realization settled in my chest. He wasn't following me the way people usually follow someone. There was no hurry, no urgency, no attempt to close the gap. It was as if the distance itself was part of the point. I turned forward again and kept moving, my thoughts racing. It's nothing. People walk at night. He's probably just heading the same direction. But every step I took, every adjustment in pace, he mirrored. The cameras watched silently from their poles. The LED lights hummed overhead. The park remained perfectly, unnervingly calm. I made a decision. At the next fork in the path, I veered left without warning, cutting toward a side loop that led closer to the street. My shoes slapped the pavement, the sound sharp in the quiet. Behind me, the footsteps turned left too. My stomach dropped. I didn't run. Not yet. Running felt like admitting something I wasn't ready to admit. Instead, I walked faster, heart hammering, senses sharpened to a painful clarity. I noticed every sound now. The brush of leaves against fabric, the faint jingle of keys somewhere far away, the buzz of a light that flickered just once before stabilizing. I reached the edge of the park, where the trees thinned and the glow of streetlights bled through. Relief surged through me so suddenly it almost knocked me off balance. I stepped onto the sidewalk and slowed, turning around. The man had stopped at the edge of the park. He stood just inside the tree line, his face still obscured by shadow, the hood framing his head like a void. He didn't step forward. He didn't wave. He didn't speak. He just watched. The distance between us stretched, filled with the sound of my own breathing and the distant rush of cars. For a moment, I thought he might cross the line and follow me out. For a moment, I braced myself for it. He didn't. I turned and walked away, forcing myself not to run. My heart pounding so hard, it made my vision blur at the edges. When I reached my apartment, my hands shook as I unlocked the door. Inside, the familiar smells of carpet and detergent greeted me. I shut the door and leaned against it, listening. Nothing followed me in. That night, lying in bed with the lights off and the city murmuring outside my window, I told myself it was over, that it had been a coincidence layered on top of an old fear, that the man in the park was just a man. But as I stared at the ceiling and listened to the building settle, the soft creaks, the distant elevator chime, the low hum of electricity, I couldn't shake one thought. The park hadn't changed as much as I'd believed. It still knew how to be quiet. And whatever I'd encountered there hadn't chased me. It had waited. And somehow, that felt worse. I tried to forget him. That's the lie, I told myself the next morning, as sunlight filled my apartment and the normal sounds of the city returned. Car doors slamming, voices drifting up from the street, a siren wailing somewhere far away. Daylight has a way of shrinking things that felt enormous in the dark. It smooths edges. It makes fear feel dramatic, unnecessary. Over coffee, I replayed the night in fragments, each one softer than the last. The footsteps, the hoodie, the way he stopped when I stopped. I told myself it had been a coincidence stacked on top of exhaustion and memory. I told myself that parks attract all kinds of people at night. Joggers, insomniacs, men who don't like to be indoors. I told myself I'd projected my childhood fear onto a stranger who'd done nothing wrong. By noon, I almost believed it. But belief isn't the same thing as certainty. That afternoon, while my computer hummed on my desk and emails piled up, I kept noticing how often my body reacted before my thoughts did. When the building's HVAC system kicked on with a metallic thump, my shoulders jumped. When someone walked past my door in the hallway, my attention snapped to the sound of footsteps, automatically counting the distance, the rhythm, matching. That word lodged itself in my head like a splinter. Matching pace, matching distance, matching silence. After work, I tried to do something I'd been putting off for weeks. Something practical, grounding. I went down to the building's front desk and asked about the security cameras. The woman behind the counter smiled politely and asked for my unit number. She typed for a moment, then nodded. "We do have cameras covering the entrances and the street-facing side of the park," she said. "Why?" I hesitated, then shrugged. "Just wanted to check something from last night." She tilted her head. "Anything happen?" "Probably not," I said quickly. "I just thought I saw someone following me." She gave me the look people reserve for stories that sound halfway between serious and embarrassing. "Let me pull the footage," she said anyway. We stood there in silence as the screen loaded. My reflection hovered faintly in the glass, my face pale in the fluorescent light. The woman clicked through timestamps, rewinding and fast-forwarding with practiced ease. There I was, entering the park from the street, jogging, slowing near the playground, turning down the side path, veering left at the fork, alone. No one appeared behind me, no hooded figure stepping into frame, no shadow lingering at the edge of the light. My stomach tightened. Could he have been outside the camera angle? I asked, already knowing the answer. She shook her head. This camera covers the whole path. If someone was walking close enough to follow you, they would have been on here. She scrubbed back again, zooming slightly. See? Just you. I stared at the screen, at the version of myself moving through a clean, well-lit space without anyone near him. The footage was clear, undeniable, and yet I could still feel the memory in my legs, the way my pace had changed, the way the footsteps had mirrored me exactly, the way the distance between us had never closed or widened. "Maybe he entered later," I said weakly. She checked. No one. "Maybe he left earlier." I tried. No one. Eventually, she turned to me with a sympathetic smile. "Looks like you were alone." I thanked her and left, my heart thudding in a way that had nothing to do with exertion. If the cameras were right, and I had no reason to think they weren't, then what I'd experienced hadn't been a person following me through the park. It had been something else. That realization followed me home like a shadow I couldn't outrun. In my apartment, every sound seemed amplified by the absence of an explanation. I sat on the edge of my bed and tried to map the night logically. The park lights, the cameras, the paths. There was nowhere someone could have stood that wouldn't have shown up on video, unless they hadn't been behind me at all. That thought made my skin prickle. I went back to the park the next evening, earlier this time, while the sky still held a trace of blue. I told myself I was looking for closure, for proof that I'd imagined the whole thing. I walked the same loop, counting my steps, watching my reflection in the dark lenses of the cameras as I passed beneath them. Everything looked normal. I stopped near the fork in the path, the same place where I'd turned the night before. I stood still and listened. The park breathed around me, wind in the trees, distant traffic, a bird calling once before going quiet. I took one step forward. Behind me, I heard it, a step. I froze. The step stopped. My pulse roared in my ears. Slowly, deliberately, I took another step. Another step followed. Not closer, not farther, matching. I turned around. No one stood on the path. The space behind me was empty, the concrete pale and unbroken beneath the LED lights. The shadows fell exactly where they should have. The trees didn't move. I laughed then, a short, sharp sound that startled even me. "Okay," I said out loud, to no one. "Okay." I started walking again, forcing my body to keep moving even as my mind reeled. The steps came with me, perfectly timed, always just behind, always just out of sight. When I slowed, they slowed. When I sped up, they followed suit. I reached the edge of the park and stopped, the steps stopped too. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the empty path, my breathing loud in the quiet. Then, without warning, I took a step backward. The step behind me did not retreat. It stayed exactly where it was. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The sound wasn't coming from behind me. It was coming from within the space I occupied, echoing my movement as if the park itself were responding. I left the park without running, my legs trembling the entire way. Back in my apartment, I locked the door and sat on the floor with my back against it, listening to the building settle. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the phantom rhythm of steps matching mine, an invisible presence measuring me without ever revealing itself. The next day, I couldn't stand it anymore. I called Tony. We hadn't spoken in years, not properly. When he answered, there was a pause on the line, like he was surprised to hear my voice. "Do you remember the park?" I asked, skipping any attempt at small talk. Silence stretched between us. Finally, he said, "I was hoping you wouldn't ask." I told him everything about the new park, the footsteps, the cameras. He listened without interrupting, his breathing faint but audible through the phone. When I finished, he exhaled slowly. "It's happening again, isn't it?" "What do you mean, again?" I asked, though my chest already felt tight. "I thought I'd moved on," he said. "But every now and then, when I'm walking alone, I feel it. Like something's keeping pace with me, like it's waiting for me to notice." "Do you see anyone?" I asked. "No," he said. "That's the point." We sat in silence, the distance between us filled with years of avoidance and shared understanding. "I never told you this," Tony said quietly. "But when we were kids, after that night, I used to hear footsteps outside my room. Same thing every time. They'd stop when I stopped breathing. My hands curled into fists. You never said anything." "Neither did you," he replied. We ended the call without resolving anything. There was nothing to resolve. That night, lying in bed with the lights off, I stared at the ceiling and listened to the city breathe. Somewhere, a footstep echoed in a hallway. Somewhere, metal shifted as a door closed. Somewhere, a sound matched another sound perfectly. And in that quiet, with the memory of the camera footage burned into my mind, I finally understood what I'd been refusing to see for years. The park hadn't been empty when I was a kid. It had been listening, and it had learned how to walk with me. After the night, I realized the footsteps weren't behind me, but with me. I stopped expecting things to escalate in obvious ways. That's the mistake people make when they imagine stalking. They picture confrontation. They picture someone stepping out of the shadows, closing distance, reaching out. They picture a moment where fear spikes sharply and then resolves into action, fight or flight. What followed me never did that. It never rushed me. It never spoke. It never crossed the invisible line that would have turned suspicion into certainty. Instead, it learned me. The first few weeks after that realization, I changed my routines without fully admitting why. I told myself it was about efficiency, about productivity, about self-care. I took different routes home from work. I switched grocery stores. I started going to the gym earlier in the evening instead of later at night. I avoided parks entirely, even during the day, telling myself crowded sidewalks were better anyway. But no matter how I rearranged my life, the pattern found me. It always started the same way, a sense of alignment. I would be walking, down a hallway, across a parking lot, along a sidewalk, and something in my body would tighten, not from fear exactly, but from anticipation, like the moment before two magnets snap together. My pace would slow without me meaning to, and then the sound would come. Footsteps, not loud, not echoing, just clear enough to be undeniable. The soft press and release of weight. The rhythm of movement that matched mine so perfectly, it felt rehearsed. If I sped up, the sound sped up. If I slowed down, it slowed down. If I stopped completely, it stopped with me. Always the same distance. Always just close enough to register, never close enough to confront. At first, I kept turning around. That was instinct. The animal part of my brain demanding visual confirmation. Every time, the space behind me was empty. Hallways stretching back without interruption. Sidewalks lit evenly by street lamps. Parking garages full of parked cars and nothing else. No hooded man. No shadow darting away. No reflection in glass. Just absence. And absence is harder to argue with than presence. I stopped turning around after the third or fourth time. Not because the fear lessened, but because looking felt pointless. Whatever was doing, this didn't care whether I saw it. It wasn't there to be seen. It was there to be felt. The pressure built slowly, not all at once. Days would pass where nothing happened, and I'd start to relax, to believe maybe I'd finally shaken it. Then it would return in the smallest possible way. One matching step in a stairwell. One synchronized pause at a crosswalk. One moment where my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I noticed how careful it was. It never followed me into my apartment, never crossed a threshold, never appeared on camera. I tested that last part more than once. I started paying attention to reflective surfaces, store windows, elevator mirrors, the glossy black screens of powered-off TVs. I checked security footage whenever I could plausibly ask for it. Nothing ever showed up, not once. It was like whatever this was understood the rules of my world better than I did, and it stayed just inside them. That restraint made it worse, because without overt threat, there was nothing to report, nothing to point to, nothing to fight. Fear without an enemy turns inward. It eats away at you quietly, convincing you that you're the problem, that you're overreacting, that you're projecting patterns where none exist. I started doubting my own senses. There were moments, long, miserable moments, where I stood frozen in place, listening to the sound of matched footsteps, and thought, what if I'm doing this to myself? The idea was seductive, comforting even. If this was anxiety, stress, some delayed trauma response, then it could be treated, managed, explained away. But anxiety doesn't wait for you to move before it moves with you. Anxiety doesn't stop exactly when you stop. I tested it deliberately one night. I was walking home from the train station, the platform nearly empty, the air cool and still. My footsteps echoed sharply against the concrete, and I felt that familiar tightening in my chest, the warning before the pattern revealed itself. I stopped abruptly. The echo cut off. So did the other step. I waited, counting silently. 1, 2, 3, nothing. Then very slowly, I lifted my foot and set it down again. The matching step came immediately, crisp and precise, like a response cue. I stood there shaking, my heart pounding so hard it blurred my vision. No, I whispered under my breath. Not to it, to myself. No. The thing never answered. That was another rule it followed. No speech. Not once. Not since childhood. No whispers. No words. No repetition of my name. That silence felt intentional, like a lesson learned long ago, like it knew that sound, voice, was too much, too revealing, too close to crossing that line. Instead, it spoke in rhythm, in timing, in pressure. It let my mind do the rest. Weeks turned into months, and the weight of it seeped into everything. I started avoiding long, empty spaces. I took elevators instead of stairwells. I waited for groups of people before crossing parking lots. I kept my headphones in, even when I wasn't listening to anything, just to give myself the illusion of control over what I heard. Sleep became shallow, fragmented. At night, I lay in bed, listening to the building settle, every creak and hum setting my nerves on edge. I became intimately familiar with the normal sounds of my apartment, the click of the thermostat, the distant rush of pipes, the low electrical buzz in the walls. Anything outside that catalog made my pulse spike. Sometimes, as I drifted toward sleep, I felt it then too. Not footsteps, pressure, like the sense that something was aligned with me, waiting for me to move. I'd lie perfectly still, holding my breath, afraid that even the smallest shift would trigger that familiar echo. It never did. It waited for waking hours. That too felt deliberate. The psychological pressure didn't come from fear of attack. It came from uncertainty, from the knowledge that something was close enough to track me perfectly, yet disciplined enough to never reveal itself. It was surveillance without eyes, presence without form. And the worst part, the part that hollowed me out slowly, day by day, was that nothing ever happened. No climax, no escalation, no release, just repetition. I kept waiting for it to slip up, to misjudge distance, to make a sound too loud, to step into view by accident. I wanted proof, any proof, that this was real and not something my mind had invented to punish me for a childhood I couldn't fully remember without shaking. But it was careful, too careful. The pressure built until it started affecting how I saw other people. Every stranger became a potential overlap point. Every quiet person, every shadow at the edge of a crowd, every figure walking just behind my peripheral vision made my stomach knot. I stopped trusting coincidence. If someone entered an elevator just as I did, my muscles tensed. If a person matched my pace down a sidewalk, I felt sick. If someone paused when I paused, my heart slammed so hard I tasted copper. And every time, I had to remind myself, it never touches you. That became my mantra. It never touched me. It never spoke. It never approached. Like that made it safer. Like that made it survivable. But there's a special kind of terror in being stalked by something that doesn't need to get closer to hurt you. Something that doesn't want you gone. Something that doesn't want anything at all except to remain aligned. To exist just close enough to alter your behavior. To reshape your life. To make you measure every step twice. One night, standing in my kitchen with the lights off, listening to the refrigerator hum and the city breathe beyond my windows, I realized something that made my hands start shaking all over again. It wasn't following me to learn where I went. It already knew. It wasn't observing me to decide what to do. It had already decided. The matching wasn't pursuit. It was confirmation. And in that moment, staring at my own reflection in the dark glass of the window, I understood something that scared me more than any chase ever could. Whatever had learned to walk with me didn't need to touch me to leave a mark. It had already rewritten the shape of my days, and it was patient enough to keep doing it forever. If sight is what convinces you something is real. Sound is what convinces you it's close. That was the lesson I learned next. After weeks of being matched, pace for pace, pause for pause, I started to realize that whatever was following me didn't need to be seen to control me. It understood something fundamental about fear. You don't have to show yourself if you can be heard. Sound slips past logic. It doesn't ask permission. It reaches you even when your eyes are closed. The first time it happened, I was standing in my kitchen late at night, rinsing a coffee mug I'd forgotten on the counter. The apartment lights were off, except for the dim glow from the stove clock. Outside, the city murmured in its usual low register. Distant traffic, an occasional siren far enough away to feel harmless. I leaned over the sink, letting the water run too long, lost in the sound of it. The rush was steady, white noise that smoothed my thoughts. I turned the faucet off and stood there for a second, listening to the pipes tick as they adjusted to the temperature change. That's when I felt it. Not a touch, not pressure. Breath. Warm air brushed the skin just behind my ear, light enough that for half a second I thought it was my imagination. The sensation was intimate in a way nothing else had been, like someone leaning in to whisper a secret they didn't want anyone else to hear. I froze. My heart lurched so hard it knocked the air out of my lungs. I didn't turn around. I didn't move. I couldn't. Every muscle locked, as if my body understood something my mind refused to accept. There was no sound with it. No inhale, no exhale I could clearly hear. Just the unmistakable feeling of air moving where it shouldn't. I counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Nothing followed. When I finally turned, the kitchen was empty. The doorway stood open. The hallway beyond was dark. No shadows moved. No footsteps retreated. No reflection lingered in the stainless steel of the fridge. I laughed. Too loudly, too sharply. Get it together, I muttered to myself, my voice sounding wrong in the quiet. But my skin crawled for hours afterward, as if the sensation had left a residue behind. After that, sound became my enemy. I noticed it everywhere, in the way footsteps echoed differently depending on who was walking, in the hollow ring of a stairwell versus the deadened thud of carpeted hallways, in the subtle delay between a noise and its echo that told you how much empty space surrounded you. I started listening harder than I ever had before, parsing the world into layers of sound and silence. That's when I began hearing footsteps outside my apartment. At first, they blended into the normal noises of the building. People came and went at all hours. Late night shifts, early flights, neighbors with insomnia. The hallway outside my door wasn't carpeted. Every step echoed clearly, amplified by the narrow space and hard walls. But these footsteps were different. They didn't pass by. They stopped. I'd be lying in bed, the lights off, my phone dark in my hand, when I'd hear them approach from one end of the hall, slow, measured. The sound of weight transferring carefully from heel to toe. They'd reach my door, and then pause. No knock, no key in the lock, just stillness. I'd hold my breath, listening so hard my ears rang. Sometimes I'd convince myself it was a neighbor fumbling with their phone or pausing to read something. Sometimes I'd tell myself it was maintenance. Sometimes I'd lie there until my muscles cramped, waiting for the steps to move on. Eventually, they always did, but not immediately. They'd linger just long enough for my heart to hammer itself raw, then continue down the hall and fade away. I tried opening the door once. That was a mistake. The footsteps had stopped directly outside, closer than they ever had before. I sat up slowly, my hand shaking as I reached for the handle. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that if someone was there, I'd see them and everything would snap back into place. I yanked the door open. The hallway was empty. The lights buzzed softly overhead. The patterned wallpaper stretched away in both directions without interruption. No elevator chime, no door opening or closing, nothing. And yet, the air felt disturbed, like someone had just moved through it. I closed the door gently and slid the deadbolt into place, my pulse roaring in my ears. That night, I slept with my back pressed against the headboard, my eyes fixed on the darkness, listening for any sound that didn't belong. Then there was the elevator. The building had two of them, old enough that they complained audibly every time they moved. The doors groaned. The cables whined. You could always tell when someone else was using one, even from inside your apartment. Late one evening, I stepped into the elevator alone, pressed the button for my floor, and leaned back against the wall. The doors slid shut with a familiar metallic sigh, and the car began its slow ascent. Halfway up, it stopped. The lights flickered. The doors opened. No one stood outside. The hallway beyond was empty, lit by the same sterile fluorescent glow as always. I stared out at it, my reflection faintly visible in the polished metal of the doors. After a moment, the doors slid shut again, and the elevator resumed its climb. I told myself it was a glitch. Old buildings have quirks. Everyone knows that. The next night, it happened again. Different floor, same result. Doors opening to nothing. On the third night, I decided to test it. I stepped into the elevator and didn't press a button. The doors closed. The car stayed still. Then slowly, it began to move. My stomach dropped. It stopped between floors, the sensation of motion cutting off abruptly. The lights dimmed, then steadied. The doors shuttered and opened. The space outside wasn't a floor. It was the narrow gap between levels, concrete and cables visible through the opening. A dark vertical shaft stretching up and down. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of dust and metal. I staggered back, heart pounding so hard it made my vision swim. Then the doors closed again. When they opened the next time, I was on my floor. I stumbled out and didn't look back. After that, I took the stairs whenever I could, even though the stairwell echoed every sound and made me feel exposed. At least there, I could see the space around me. At least there, I wasn't trapped in a box that decided when to open itself. The sounds followed me everywhere. The breath behind my ear returned twice more, always when I was alone, always when I was standing still. Once in the bathroom as I brushed my teeth, once in my bedroom as I folded laundry, never accompanied by a voice, never leaving any trace. The footsteps outside my door became more frequent, always stopping, always lingering. Sometimes they arrived just as I lay down to sleep, as if they'd been waiting for that exact moment. Other times, they came in the middle of the night, dragging me out of dreams with a jolt of adrenaline so sharp it felt like pain. I stopped playing music, stopped turning on the TV for background noise. I needed to hear everything. I needed to know where I was in relation to the sounds around me. Silence became a weapon. The worst part wasn't the fear. It was the anticipation. The way my body stayed braced, constantly expecting the next sound. The way every quiet moment felt temporary, like a held breath that had to be released eventually. I realized then that whatever was doing this understood thresholds. It stayed just close enough to be undeniable, just subtle enough to be unprovable, just quiet enough to let my own mind fill in the gaps. And every night, as I lay awake listening to the building settle, the pipes ticking, the elevator humming, the faint rush of air through vents, I felt the same certainty settle over me. This wasn't random. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't escalation toward violence. It was conditioning, teaching me to listen, teaching me to wait, teaching me to expect alignment even when nothing was visible. And once you're taught that lesson, sound never fades into the background again. It becomes a warning system you can't shut off, a reminder that something doesn't have to touch you to reach you. Sometimes, it's enough to stand close enough that you can hear it breathe. By the time the recognition happened, I'd already started living like a person with invisible rules. I checked corners before I turned them. I avoided reflective glass at night because I didn't trust what my brain might show me in it. I timed my errands so I wouldn't be walking through empty hallways alone. I kept my keys threaded between my fingers when I stepped out of the elevator, even though I kept telling myself it was ridiculous because nothing had ever touched me. Not once. That was the paradox that had kept me functional. No contact meant no crime. No approach meant no proof. No voice meant I could pretend it was nothing but stress. But the human mind doesn't handle patterns without meaning. It demands a reason. If you don't give it one, it builds one anyway. So I built explanations like barricades. I told myself I was dealing with anxiety, with old trauma, with a nervous system trained by a single childhood night to interpret silence as danger. I read articles about hypervigilance. I watched videos about panic responses. I drank less coffee. I tried breathing exercises. I started leaving a lamp on in the living room at night to soften the dark. None of it mattered, because the thing following me wasn't trying to frighten me into one dramatic mistake. It was trying to make me aware. And awareness, once it settles into your bones, doesn't leave. The night it happened, I'd stayed late at work. Not because I wanted to, but because deadlines don't care about your mental health. The office was nearly empty by the time I shut down my computer. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed softly, their hum mixing with the distant whir of the building's ventilation system. Outside, the city had the thin, sharp cold of early winter. The sidewalks were dry, but the air smelled faintly like snow. Metallic, clean, as if the sky itself had been scrubbed. I pulled my coat tighter and walked with my hands in my pockets, head down, focusing on the simple act of getting home. I was tired enough that I almost didn't notice the alignment at first. Almost. It began the way it always did. A slight tightening between my shoulder blades, a subtle shift in my breathing. My pace changed without permission. My body braced. Then the sound came. Footsteps. Soft, steady, behind and with me at the same time. I didn't stop. Stopping had stopped being a test. It had stopped being brave. Stopping felt like cooperation, like acknowledging the game. So I kept walking. The city lights reflected in the wet shine of parked cars. Neon signs glowed in storefront windows, painting the pavement in streaks of red and blue. A bus hissed at a stoplight, doors opening with a pneumatic sigh, then closing again. I passed a convenience store where a radio played faintly behind glass, the music muffled and distant. Normal sounds, normal life. and layered beneath it, the quiet rhythm matching my steps. I reached the lobby of my apartment building and pushed through the front door. Warm air hit me, smelling like cleaning solution and old carpet. The lobby was empty except for the soft glow of the front desk lamp and the dull shine of the tiled floor. The security cameras in the corners blinked their red lights, silent witnesses that had never helped me. I walked toward the elevators without looking at the reflection in the mirrored wall. That reflection had become my enemy. I pressed the call button. The elevator chimed, and the doors slid open. I stepped inside, and that's when I saw it. Not in front of me, not behind me, in the elevator's mirror. For a split second, the reflection showed me the way it always did, coat collar up, hair slightly messy, eyes tired. But over my shoulder, in the thin slice of space the mirror captured, there was another shape. A hood, dark fabric framing a face that shouldn't have been there. I felt my stomach drop so hard it was like falling. I spun around. The elevator was empty. The doors were still open. The lobby beyond was empty too. No one stood behind me. No one walked past. No shadows moved in the corners. And yet the image had been clear enough that my eyes burned with it. I stared into the mirror again, expecting nothing, forcing myself to see only my own reflection. At first, that's all there was. Then slowly, so slowly, I couldn't tell whether it was real or my mind betraying me. The shape appeared again at the edge of the glass. Not fully, just enough to suggest the outline of a hood. I stepped closer to the mirror, my breath held tight in my chest. The hooded figure in the reflection did the same. That was the moment everything shifted, because it wasn't behind me. It was aligned with me, like a second layer of my own body, occupying the same space but not the same world. My skin prickled from my scalp to my wrists. The air in the elevator felt colder, thinner, as if the box of metal and light had suddenly become a sealed container. The figure's face remained indistinct, the hood casting deep shadow. But the feeling that radiated off that reflection, if a reflection can radiate anything, was not the feeling of being observed. It was the feeling of being recognized. The way a stranger looks at you when they're sure they know you, even if you don't know them. The way your name feels when someone says it like it belongs to them. I backed up instinctively, bumping into the elevator's handrail. The metal was cold against my spine. My breathing broke into shallow gasps I couldn't control. The reflection stayed aligned with me. The elevator doors began to close. I lunged forward and jammed my hand between them, forcing them to open again with a jerking complaint from the motor. I stumbled out into the lobby, eyes scanning every corner, every shadow, every patch of light. Nothing. My mind screamed for logic, for a reason, for anything that could make this fit into a world where mirrors show what's actually there. Maybe someone had been walking behind me and stepped away quickly. Maybe my brain had misfired. Maybe exhaustion had turned a shadow into a shape. But the recognition I'd felt didn't fade. It stayed lodged in my chest like a weight. I walked quickly across the lobby and out the front door, onto the sidewalk again. The cold air slapped my face, grounding me briefly. Cars passed. People moved in the distance. The world looked normal. I headed toward the corner, where a streetlight pooled bright white light on the pavement. I stood under it and forced myself to breathe. Then I did something I hadn't done in weeks. I looked at my phone's dark screen, using it like a mirror. My reflection stared back at me, pale, eyes wide. And behind it, faint, warped by the glass, was the hood again. Not a clear image, not a detailed face, but the shape was there, unmistakable. I turned around so fast my neck hurt. The sidewalk behind me was empty. My heart hammered, and in that frantic beat, I realized the truth I'd been refusing to name. This wasn't random. Random things don't keep pace with you for months. Random things don't stop when you stop. Random things don't appear only in reflective surfaces, only in places where they can be denied. Random things don't feel like they've been waiting for you to notice them again. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped the phone. I walked back into the building, not to go upstairs, but to the front desk. The clerk looked up, startled by the expression on my face. "Can I help you?" she asked. I swallowed, forcing my voice to steady. "I need to see the lobby footage. Tonight. Just right now." Her eyebrows lifted. "Sir, please," I said, and the desperation in my voice surprised me. She hesitated, then turned the monitor toward me and scrubbed through the recording. There I was, entering the building, alone, walking across the lobby, alone, stepping into the elevator, alone, the doors opening, the lobby empty, no hood, no second figure, no shadow trailing behind me, nothing. I stared at the footage until my eyes watered. The clerk gave me a cautious look. "Everything okay?" I forced a laugh that sounded like someone else. "Yeah," I lied. "Just thought I lost something." She nodded slowly, not convinced, and turned the monitor back. I walked away on unsteady legs, the footage burning in my mind like a cruel joke. It had happened again. My experience erased by the camera's indifferent eye. But this time, the lack of proof didn't comfort me. It confirmed something worse. Whatever this was, it wasn't limited by the rules I lived under. It could be close enough to appear in a mirror, close enough to make me feel its presence like a hand on my back, and still leave no record. It could exist in the thin space between what you perceive and what can be proven. And it had chosen me. That was the recognition. Not, "I'm watching you," but, "I know you." I went upstairs that night and didn't turn on the lights. I stood in my dark apartment listening to the familiar hum of the refrigerator, the faint tick of pipes, the distant elevator moving somewhere below. The building felt like a box stacked inside a bigger box, both of them full of hidden spaces where sound could travel without being seen. My reflection looked back at me from every dark surface, the window, the microwave door, the blank TV screen. I covered them with towels. Then I sat on the floor in my bedroom with my back against the wall and made the decision that had been forming for months without my permission. I was going to leave, not because I had proof, not because anyone could understand, but because the pattern had made itself clear, and I couldn't live my life inside a slow, invisible pursuit. The next week, I requested a transfer at work. I started packing quietly, folding clothes into boxes at night, taping them shut with trembling hands. I didn't tell friends the real reason. I didn't tell family. I told everyone the same safe lie. New opportunity, fresh start, better rent. On my last night in that apartment, I slept with the lights on. Not because I thought it would protect me, but because I didn't want to see my own reflection in the dark. As the building settled around me, I listened to the elevator doors open and close somewhere below. I listened to footsteps in the hallway that may or may not have been real. I listened to my own breathing, trying to keep it steady, trying not to let it become a signal And in the thin space just before sleep, when the room goes quiet and your mind starts to drift, I felt it again. Not breath, not footsteps, recognition. Like something standing perfectly aligned with my bed, perfectly aligned with my body, waiting for me to move first. I didn't. I stared at the ceiling until morning. Then I left, and I didn't look back at the building in the rearview mirror, because I already knew what I would see if I did. There's a lie people don't realize they believe until they need it. The lie is this: nothing bad happens when you're not alone. I believed it too. Even after everything. Even after mirrors and footsteps and silence that knew my rhythm better than I did. I believed that whatever had been walking with me, matching me, belonged to solitude, that it fed on isolation, that it needed me separated from the world to exist. So when an old friend reached out, suggested getting together like we used to, I said yes before my caution could catch up. It was late fall, one of those nights where the air smells like cold leaves and asphalt. I'd already moved again by then. New city, new apartment, new attempt at pretending patterns didn't follow. I was tired of living like every quiet moment was a threat. I wanted something familiar, something ordinary. There were 6 of us in total, friends of friends, a mix of people who knew each other just well enough to be comfortable. Laughter came easily in the car, filling the space between us. Someone passed around snacks. Someone else controlled the music, arguing about playlists until we settled on something low and unobtrusive. We drove with the windows cracked, letting the cold air wake us up. The city lights thinned as we headed out, buildings giving way to stretches of road with no sidewalks, no storefronts. Street lights grew farther apart. Cell service dipped in and out. No one seemed bothered by it. That was the point. There's something intoxicating about being in a group late at night. The way shared presence blunts fear. The way danger feels theoretical when you can hear someone else breathing next to you. Every shadow seems less threatening when you can laugh about it. I let myself relax. I sat in the back seat and watched the darkness slide past the windows, listening to the hum of the engine and the rhythm of tires on pavement. I told myself this was proof I was fine, that I wasn't broken, that I could still do normal things without the world bending around me. Someone mentioned a park on the outskirts of town, an overlook, a loop road that circled a wooded area before reconnecting with the main highway. A place people went to talk, to sit in their cars, to look out at the city lights in the distance. Remote, but not abandoned. Quiet, but not isolated. "Let's go there," someone said. "It's chill." Heads nodded, no objections. I felt a flicker of hesitation, small and easy to ignore. A park. At night. The word still carried weight for me, but I told myself this was different. Not a childhood playground. Not a place I walked alone. This was a loop road. Cars, engines, friends, safety in numbers. As we turned off the main road, the headlights carved tunnels through the dark. Trees crowded closer, their branches arching overhead like ribs. The road narrowed and began to curve, winding deeper into the park. The music dropped lower. Conversation softened, not out of fear, out of instinct. Even people who aren't afraid know when a place demands quiet. We passed a sign announcing the park's name and hours. The letters reflected briefly in the headlights before disappearing behind us. Beyond it, the road dipped and bent again, vanishing into shadow. "This is it," the driver said. We entered the loop. The road formed a wide circle, a cul-de-sac of sorts, surrounded on all sides by trees. There were no houses, no buildings, just a ring of asphalt carved into the woods. A few gravel pull-offs lined the outer edge, places where cars could park without blocking the road. Several cars were already there. Their engines were off. Their lights were dark. At first, that didn't strike me as strange. People came here to sit, to talk, to be away from the city. It made sense. But as we rolled slowly past them, something tightened in my chest. None of the cars moved. No doors opened. No interior lights flicked on. No silhouettes shifted inside. They were parked in a way that felt deliberate, spaced evenly, facing different directions, as if arranged rather than abandoned. Our headlights washed over windshields and license plates, briefly illuminating empty front seats, dark back rows. I told myself people were probably just sitting quietly, on their phones, talking in low voices, enjoying the view. But the silence felt wrong. It wasn't peaceful. It wasn't neutral. It was heavy. The driver eased into one of the pull-offs and cut the engine. The sudden absence of sound made my ears ring. Without the hum of the car, the night pressed in immediately. No wind, no insects, no distant traffic, just us in the trees. We got out of the car one by one, stretching, shuffling our feet on gravel. Someone laughed too loudly, the sound echoing off the woods and dying quickly. "Creepy," one of them joked. No one disagreed. Still, being together mattered. We clustered naturally, shoulders almost touching, the cold air turning our breath into faint clouds. Phones glowed as people checked messages, the blue light reflecting off faces and hands. I stayed close to the group, listening to the overlapping conversations, grounding myself in the noise. Someone talked about work. Someone complained about rent. Someone mentioned how quiet it was, then laughed again. I scanned the parked cars. Still no movement. No doors opening. No engine starting. No headlights. Just dark shapes, watching us without eyes. I shook my head, annoyed at myself. This was exactly the kind of thinking I'd promised I wouldn't do anymore. I took a deep breath and focused on the present, on the crunch of gravel, on the smell of leaves and damp earth, on the sound of my friends' voices. I reminded myself, nothing bad happens when you're not alone. That belief settled in my chest like a shield. For a few minutes it worked. We didn't plan to stay long. That's what everyone said at first. Just a few minutes. A quick stop. Enough time to stretch our legs, maybe talk somewhere quieter than a moving car. No one suggested getting out fully or wandering off. No one talked about exploring. We stood near the road, within arm's reach of each other. The trees around the loop were dense, their trunks packed so closely together that the darkness between them looked solid, like a wall rather than empty space. The branches overhead blocked what little starlight there was, leaving the clearing lit only by the dim glow of the moon and the faint reflections from our phones. The silence deepened as we settled. It wasn't the absence of sound that bothered me. It was the way sound seemed unwilling to travel. When someone spoke, their voice didn't carry far. It dropped quickly, swallowed by the woods. Even our footsteps on gravel felt muted, as if the ground itself were absorbing them. I noticed then that none of the other cars had people standing outside them. Every vehicle remained sealed, windows dark, doors closed. "Anyone else think this is weird?" someone asked, half joking. "People just chilling," another replied. "Mind your business." I tried to laugh along, but my attention kept drifting to the nearest parked car. A dark truck angled slightly toward the road. The windshield reflected nothing, no faces. No movement. It felt less like an object and more like a blind spot. That's when I heard it. Not footsteps. An engine. Somewhere behind us, a low mechanical sound came to life. Not loud, just the soft growl of a motor turning over. Everyone turned at once. One of the parked cars had started. Its headlights stayed off. The engine idled quietly, a steady vibration that cut through the silence like a pulse. "Okay," someone said, nervous laughter creeping in. "That's a little creepy." The car didn't move. It just sat there, engine running, lights dark. Then another engine started, opposite side of the loop. Again, no headlights. The sound layered over the first, creating a low, overlapping hum that vibrated through the ground and into my legs. I felt it through the soles of my shoes, the way you feel bass at a concert, not loud, but present. No one spoke. We stood frozen, watching the dark shapes of the cars as if waiting for something to happen. A third engine turned over, then a fourth. Each one came to life slowly, deliberately, like someone following instructions. None of the vehicles moved. None of the lights came on. The loop filled with the sound of idling motors, a mechanical breathing that felt coordinated. My heart started to race. "This isn't funny," someone whispered. The driver of our car reached into his pocket for his keys. The sound of metal jangling was painfully loud in the quiet. He moved toward the driver's side door, his movements quick and sharp. That's when the first car moved. Not toward us. Away. It rolled forward slowly, tires crunching softly on gravel, then stopped again a few yards down the loop. The engine stayed running. Another car followed suit, repositioning itself without urgency. No sudden movements, no revving engines. Just controlled, careful shifts. It looked like they were making space, or closing it. "Get in the car," someone said, louder now. "Now." We didn't argue. The illusion of safety shattered all at once, replaced by something colder and sharper. We moved as a group, practically colliding with each other as we scrambled back toward our vehicle. I glanced at the trees. For a split second, I thought I saw movement between the trunks, something shifting where the darkness was deepest. Not a shape, not a person, just the sense that the space itself was adjusting. I tore my eyes away and reached the car just as the driver yanked the door open. Behind us, one of the engines revved slightly. Another car rolled closer. Still no headlights. We piled into the car, doors slamming, breaths coming fast and loud. The driver fumbled with the keys, hands shaking as he shoved them into the ignition. "Come on, come on!" The engine turned over. Relief surged through me so hard it made me dizzy. Before we could pull out, headlights flared to life all around us. White light flooded the loop, harsh and blinding, casting long, warped shadows across the trees. The sudden brightness made me squint, my vision swimming as it tried to adjust. Every parked car now faced us, engines running, lights on, no one visible inside. The beams pinned us in place, illuminating our car like prey in the open. I raised a hand instinctively to shield my eyes, my heart slamming against my ribs. The driver slammed the car into gear. As we lurched forward, one of the vehicles rolled across the road ahead of us. Not fast, not aggressive, just enough to block the exit. Another moved behind us. We were boxed in. No one screamed. Not yet. Fear hadn't reached that pitch. This was still disbelief, the mind scrambling for explanations that didn't involve intent. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe we were misreading everything. Then the engines went quiet. One by one, The motors cut off. The headlights stayed on. The silence returned, thicker than before, pressed down by the weight of the light. The woods beyond the loop vanished into darkness, the trees reduced to stark outlines. A door opened. Metal creaked. Someone stepped out of the nearest car. The figure stayed just inside the glare of the headlights, their features obscured by the contrast. They didn't approach. They didn't speak. They just stood there, perfectly still. Another door opened. Another figure stepped out, then another. They emerged slowly, deliberately, from different cars, spacing themselves evenly around the loop. None of them rushed. None of them gestured. They formed a loose ring, bodies half lit, half swallowed by shadow. My stomach dropped with a sick certainty. They weren't here to chase us. They weren't here to touch us. They were here to complete the loop. I felt it then, that familiar alignment, multiplied and amplified. The sense of being measured, positioned, recognized. Someone in our car started to cry softly. I didn't. I was too busy realizing the truth that hit me like a delayed impact. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened to me. This was the first time I'd brought witnesses, and whatever had learned how to walk with me had learned something else too. It didn't need me to be alone anymore. It just needed me to stop pretending safety came from numbers. The moment the engines went quiet, I understood something that took years to put into words. Silence can be organized. It can arrive all at once, not as absence, but as control. The headlights stayed on. They didn't flicker. They didn't waver. Every beam pointed inward, converging on us from different angles, flattening depth and shadow, until the loop felt less like an open space and more like a stage set. The trees at the edge of the light looked artificial, their trunks cut into stark vertical lines, their branches frozen in place. No one moved. Inside our car, the air felt too small. Breath fogged the windows almost immediately, soft clouds forming and dissolving in front of our faces. I could hear everyone breathing now, short, shallow, uncoordinated. Someone whispered my name, though I don't remember who. Someone else muttered, "This isn't happening," like repetition could undo reality. Outside, the figures stood exactly where they'd emerged. Not clustered, not random, spaced evenly around the loop, each one occupying a precise pocket of light and shadow. Their faces remained indistinct, washed out by glare or swallowed by darkness. Hoodies, jackets, neutral clothing, nothing that stood out enough to describe later. They didn't rush us. That was the most unsettling part. If they'd charged, if they'd shouted, if they'd broken the fragile stillness with violence, something primal would have taken over. Fight or flight, scream or run. Fear needs momentum. But this was measured, deliberate. I felt that familiar pressure between my shoulder blades again, stronger than ever. Not a presence behind me, a presence aligned with the situation itself, as if the space had finally caught up to the pattern I'd been carrying for years. The driver swallowed hard and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "We can still go," he whispered, more to himself than to us. The car blocking the exit didn't move. Its headlights flared slightly brighter, washing the windshield in white. Another vehicle adjusted its angle just enough to narrow the gap behind us. Tires crunched softly on gravel. The sound was painfully loud in the stillness. They weren't closing in. They were calibrating. Someone in the back seat let out a shaky laugh that died halfway through. "This is a prank," they said. "Right? This has to be a prank." No one answered. because pranks don't move like this. Pranks don't breathe in unison. I noticed then that the engines, though off, had left behind a vibration in the ground, a low residual hum that hadn't fully faded. It pulsed faintly beneath my feet, like the echo of something much larger than a car. Then, all at once, every engine turned over. The sound hit like a wave, multiple motors roaring to life simultaneously, perfectly synced, no stagger, no delay. The sudden noise shattered the silence so completely that I flinched, my ears ringing. Gravel vibrated. Headlights brightened again, beams overlapping and intensifying until the loop felt flooded with artificial daylight. The coordination was impossible to ignore. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't impulse. This was rehearsal. The engines idled together, a mechanical chorus that filled the air and pressed into my chest. Someone whimpered. Someone else cursed under their breath. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figures standing between the vehicles, now backlit and elongated by the glare. They didn't react to the noise. They'd expected it. One of the figures took a step forward. Just one. The sound of their foot on gravel cut through the engines like a knife. That single step felt heavier than any shout could have been. Another figure mirrored the movement on the opposite side of the loop. Then another. Not toward us. Around us. They were rotating, repositioning themselves while maintaining distance, their movements slow and synchronized, like pieces sliding into place on a board. The cars adjusted too, rolling forward or back just enough to maintain the circle. The loop tightened, subtly, almost politely. I felt my pulse in my throat. This isn't about us. The realization surfaced uninvited, cold and sharp. It's about the space. The thought didn't make me feel better. A voice spoke from the darkness. It didn't come from any one person. Or maybe it did. And the acoustics of the loop swallowed the direction, flattening it into something omnipresent. The voice was calm, conversational, pitched just loud enough to be heard over the engines. You don't have to be afraid. Every muscle in my body locked. The voice didn't sound threatening. That was worse. It carried the same neutral tone you'd use to reassure someone before explaining something they didn't want to hear. No one replied. The engines continued to idle, steady and patient. Another step forward. Gravel crunching. We're not here to hurt you. I felt someone's hand grip my sleeve, nails digging into fabric. I didn't look at them. I couldn't. My attention was fixed on the darkness beyond the lights. On the way, the trees seemed to lean inward, their shadows trembling slightly, as if responding to the sound. The voice continued, closer now. You just need to listen. My stomach turned. Listen. The word echoed with too much history. Slides, whispers, footsteps, breath behind my ear. Sound had always been the entry point. The driver shook his head violently. Nope, he said, louder than he probably meant to. No, we're leaving. He slammed the car into reverse. Immediately, the vehicles behind us surged forward. Not fast, not aggressive, just enough to close the distance. Metal groaned, tires scraped, the smell of exhaust thickened the air. Stop, someone shouted, but they weren't sure who they were shouting at. The driver slammed the brakes, heart pounding visibly in his throat. The voice spoke again, still calm. That's not the way. A figure stepped closer, crossing fully into the light for the first time. For a split second, I thought I recognized him. Not his face, his posture. The way he stood, weight evenly distributed, hands relaxed at his sides. It triggered something deep in my memory, a bodily recognition that had nothing to do with logic. Alignment. He wasn't watching us. He was placed relative to us. Another figure joined him, then another. They moved with intention now, not toward the car, but toward the spaces between us and the exit. Blocking paths, redefining the loop. The engines revved again, louder this time, overlapping into a wall of sound that vibrated through my bones. The headlights flicked off simultaneously. For half a second, we were plunged into darkness. Someone screamed. Then the headlights snapped back on. Every single one, now angled differently, pointing outward, illuminating the trees. The woods beyond the loop exploded into detail. Trunks, branches, leaves, undergrowth, all revealed in harsh white light. And in that sudden exposure, I saw movement everywhere. Not people, shapes, shadows shifting where they shouldn't, spaces between trees compressing and expanding. The sense that the darkness had depth, layers, places to stand without being seen. The voice came again, quieter now, almost lost beneath the engines. There you are. The figures near the cars stopped moving. Instead, attention shifted to the woods. The engines cut off all at once. The silence that followed was unbearable. Then came the sound I'd been dreading since childhood. Footsteps, not from one direction, from many. Soft at first, like distant movement through leaves, then clearer, heavier. Multiple rhythms overlapping, but not chaotic. They weren't running. They were advancing. Someone in our car sobbed openly now. "We need to go," they pleaded. "Please." The driver didn't hesitate this time. He slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The car lurched forward. The blocking vehicle didn't move. Instead, it did something worse. It turned its headlights off. The driver swerved instinctively, steering away from the sudden void. Tires shrieked. Gravel sprayed. For a split second, the exit opened up, a narrow gap between two cars. "Go!" someone screamed. We shot through the gap. The moment we did, the engines behind us roared back to life. Headlights flared. The chase began. Cars peeled away from the loop in perfect coordination, accelerating onto the road behind us. No honking, no shouting. Just the sound of engines pushed hard, closing distance with terrifying efficiency. The woods on either side blurred into dark streaks as we sped away. Branches flashed past in the headlights. The road twisted, dipped, narrowed. In the rearview mirror, I saw them. Not all at once, not in a chaotic line. They followed in formation, spacing themselves evenly, maintaining distance, matching our speed as effortlessly as footsteps had once matched my pace. No one spoke anymore. Fear had moved past panic into something colder, more focused. The driver gripped the wheel with white knuckles, eyes locked on the road. Someone prayed under their breath. Someone else just stared straight ahead, face slack with shock. My chest felt hollow, because beneath the terror, beneath the noise and motion, a terrible clarity settled in. This wasn't escalation. It was continuation. The loop hadn't trapped us. It had initiated us. The voice hadn't lied. They weren't here to hurt us. They were here to show us something. And as the road stretched out ahead, dark and endless, and the cars behind us kept perfect pace, I understood the final, sickening truth. Whatever had learned how to walk with me had learned how to drive too. And it wasn't done teaching me how to follow. The road didn't save us. That realization came fast, too fast to soften the impact. One moment we were tearing away from the loop, engines screaming, headlights shaking wildly as the car bounced over uneven pavement. The next, the road narrowed into something barely wide enough for two cars to pass, swallowed by trees that leaned inward like they were trying to close it behind us. Branches whipped past the windows. The darkness pressed closer, heavier, the headlights carving only a shallow tunnel ahead. I could hear my own heartbeat over the engine, over the wind, over the panicked breathing of everyone packed into the car. "They're still there," someone said from the back seat, voice cracking. I didn't need to look to know they were right. The headlights behind us held steady in the rearview mirror, not gaining, not falling back. Perfectly matched. Exactly like the footsteps had always been. The driver cursed under his breath and jerked the wheel as the road dipped sharply to the right. Gravel sprayed. The tires lost traction for half a second, long enough for fear to spike into something white-hot and blinding. "We can't stay on this road," he said. "It dead ends." "How do you know?" someone shouted. "I just do." And he was right. The road curved again, then abruptly narrowed into a rough dirt path barely distinguishable from the forest floor. A rusted metal barrier lay twisted to one side, as if someone had pushed it out of the way long ago. Beyond it, nothing but trees. No lights. No signs. No exit. The driver slammed the brakes. The car skidded sideways, coming to a stop at an angle that made my teeth clack together. For a split second, no one moved. The engine idled loudly, sounding obscene in the sudden stillness. Then the headlights behind us flared brighter. "They're going to ram us!" someone screamed. "No," I said, the word ripping out of me before I could think. "They're not." I didn't know how I knew. I just did. The driver threw the car into park. "Out!" he shouted. "Everyone out! Now!" Doors flew open. Cold air rushed in, sharp and wet, smelling like soil and leaves, and something metallic underneath it all. We spilled out of the car, stumbling, colliding with each other, shoes slipping on mud and loose gravel. Behind us, the pursuing vehicles slowed. They didn't rush forward. They fanned out instead, headlights swinging as they repositioned, illuminating the forest in brutal slices of white. Trunks flashed into view, low branches, patches of undergrowth that looked deep enough to swallow a person whole. "Run!" someone yelled. And we did. We plunged into the woods without any real plan, just instinct and terror guiding our feet. Branches tore at our clothes. Thorns snagged skin. The ground sloped downward unexpectedly, sending us stumbling, sliding, catching ourselves on trees to keep from falling. The darkness inside the woods was different from the darkness of the road. Thicker, layered. The headlights didn't reach far past the first line of trees, and once we were beyond that, the forest swallowed us completely. I could hear everything now. Too much. Leaves crunching underfoot, breath tearing in and out of lungs, the wet slap of shoes against mud. Somewhere behind us, engines cut off one by one, plunging the road into silence. That was worse. "Keep moving," someone whispered, though there was no one close enough to hear properly. We ran until my legs burned and my chest felt like it might split open. Eventually, the group fractured, not intentionally, but inevitably. One person tripped and fell. Someone else veered left to help them. Another panicked and bolted straight ahead. The forest took advantage of the chaos, breaking us apart with roots and ravines and unseen drops. I lost track of how many of us were still together. I knew only that I wasn't alone, and then suddenly, I was. I skidded to a stop behind a thick cluster of bushes, doubling over and clapping a hand over my mouth to keep from retching. My breath came in harsh, ragged gasps that sounded impossibly loud in the stillness. I forced myself to slow it, to pull air in through my nose, out through my mouth, the way I'd read you were supposed to. Listen. The forest breathed back. At first, all I heard was the blood rushing in my ears. Then, slowly, other sounds emerged. Footsteps. Not running. Walking. Careful. Deliberate. They were spreading out. I crouched lower, pressing myself into the damp earth. The smell of decay filled my nose. Wet leaves, rot, the sharp tang of crushed plants. My hands sank into mud as I shifted my weight, trying to make myself smaller. The footsteps multiplied. Not chaotic, organized. I heard them to my left, crunching softly through underbrush. To my right, another set, farther away, but closing. Somewhere ahead, a branch snapped. Not the panicked snap of someone fleeing blindly, but the measured break of someone stepping where they intended to step. They were hunting. A sound crackled through the woods, static, brief, and sharp. I froze. Then it came again. A radio, low volume, controlled. The kind of sound you'd miss entirely if you weren't already listening for it. A voice murmured through the static, too quiet to make out words, but unmistakably human. Another crackle answered it from a different direction. Short, precise, communication. My stomach twisted. These weren't strangers who'd stumbled onto us. These weren't opportunists reacting in the moment. This was coordinated. I pressed my forehead against the ground, dirt smearing my skin, and forced myself not to move. Somewhere not far away, someone screamed, a sharp, sudden sound that cut through the woods like a blade. It stopped abruptly, not with a struggle, just stopped. I bit down hard on my sleeve to keep from making a sound of my own. My whole body shook now, adrenaline surging so violently it made my vision blur. Footsteps changed direction. Several sets converged toward where the scream had come from. I didn't hear anyone running after that. No frantic movement. No crashing through brush. Just walking. Patient. Unhurried. They didn't need to rush. They knew the terrain. They knew where we were likely to go. They knew fear would make us sloppy. I realized then how badly we'd underestimated the woods. In daylight, forests feel open, navigable. At night, they turn into mazes built of sound and shadow. You lose your sense of direction almost immediately. Every slope feels steeper. Every step threatens to betray you with noise. I crawled deeper into the brush, inch by inch, wincing as twigs pressed into my ribs and stomach. A branch scraped across my cheek, drawing a thin line of fire across my skin. I didn't dare react. The radio crackled again, closer this time. A male voice, calm and low. 2 moving east, 1 stopped. Another voice answered from somewhere farther away, distorted by distance and trees. Copy. I squeezed my eyes shut. They weren't talking about us like people. They were talking about positions. I shifted my weight accidentally, my knee sinking into a patch of water with a soft, unmistakable squelch. I froze instantly, heart slamming. For a moment, nothing happened. Then footsteps adjusted. 1 set angled toward me. Another held position. Another circled wide. They were triangulating. I forced myself to move again, slowly, carefully, distributing my weight the way I'd seen animals do in nature documentaries. I slid backward, then sideways, using my forearms to pull myself through the mud, keeping my knees off the ground as much as possible. My muscles screamed in protest. Above me, the canopy blocked out what little moonlight there was. The darkness felt absolute, pressing against my eyes until it seemed like I could see shapes forming in it, patterns that shifted when I tried to focus. A flashlight clicked on somewhere to my left, not sweeping wildly, just a narrow beam, controlled, cutting through brush and tree trunks at knee height. Another beam answered from the right. They were closing the net. I spotted a fallen tree ahead, its roots torn from the ground long ago, leaving a shallow hollow beneath it. Without thinking, I dragged myself toward it, scraping my elbows raw on rocks and roots. I slid into the space under the trunk, curling my body tight against the cold earth. I pulled leaves and loose soil over myself with shaking hands, trying to break up my outline. My chest burned from holding my breath, but I didn't dare let it out too loudly. The flashlight beams passed closer now. One swept over the fallen tree trunk, pausing briefly on the tangled roots. I pressed my face into the dirt and prayed they wouldn't see the unnatural shape beneath. A radio crackled nearby. "Negative," the voice said softly. "Nothing here." The beam moved on. I stayed perfectly still, counting heartbeats, not seconds. 1, 2, 3. My lungs screamed for air. I let it out slowly, painfully, forcing it through my nose to keep it quiet. Somewhere deeper in the woods, another scream rang out. This one shorter, cut off almost immediately. I flinched despite myself, my body jerking in a way that sent a small cascade of dirt down my neck. The footsteps changed again. More of them now. They were herding us, driving the remaining runners toward each other, toward places they'd already covered. The realization settled over me with a sick calm. This wasn't chaos. This was a process. I lay there in the dirt, hidden beneath a dead tree, listening to radios murmur and footsteps reposition. And for the first time since the chase began, something other than pure fear surfaced. Recognition. This was the same pattern I'd been living inside for years. Scaled up, made physical, undeniable. Matching pace, cutting off exits, staying just close enough to control movement without ever needing to touch. They'd taken the thing that followed me and given it bodies, given it tools, given it a voice. And in doing so, they'd revealed the truth I'd been circling since childhood. I hadn't been imagining a presence all those years. I'd been rehearsing. The woods fell quiet again, but it wasn't relief. It was transition. The kind of pause that comes when a hunt reaches its next phase. I stayed under the fallen tree long after the footsteps moved away, muscles locking into painful stillness, afraid that the moment I moved, the sound of my body would betray me. Above the ground, radios crackled softly, voices low and controlled, guiding unseen figures through the dark. And in that suffocating silence, with the earth pressed against my face and the knowledge settling deep in my bones, I understood something with terrifying clarity. We weren't being chased. We were being managed. And the woods weren't the danger. They were just the place where the rules finally stopped pretending to be invisible. Time in the woods didn't move normally. It didn't flow. It didn't pass. It stacked. Every second felt like a separate object dropped onto my chest, heavier than the last, until breathing became something I had to earn. Under the fallen tree, pressed into wet earth and rotting leaves, I stopped thinking in minutes and started thinking in sounds. The forest was no longer a place. It was a set of cues, a map made of footsteps, radio static, and the faint shifting of bodies moving with intention. I held still until my muscles trembled from the strain of staying quiet. Not from fear alone, though fear was there, sharp and constant, but from the deep physical demand of silence. My legs wanted to twitch. My throat wanted to clear. My lungs wanted to fill and empty like normal lungs are supposed to. But normal had ended the moment we ran. I listened. Above me, the underside of the fallen trunk creaked faintly as it settled, and for a moment that tiny noise made my stomach seize. I couldn't afford even a whisper of movement. The soil around my cheek was cold and gritty, flecked with tiny stones that dug into my skin. Damp leaf fragments stuck to my jawline. Somewhere near my elbow, something alive, an insect, maybe, crawled slowly across my sleeve, and I didn't dare brush it away. Then the radio crackled again. Static first, a brief, harsh burst that made me flinch internally. Then a voice, low and controlled, as if the speaker's mouth was right against the mic. Hold, wait, listen. The words were broken up, not because the signal was weak, but because the person talking wasn't wasting breath. Short instructions, clean, efficient. Another radio answered, a softer crackle from a different direction. Copy, moving. My heart hammered hard enough that I worried they could hear it. I pressed my palm into my chest instinctively, as if I could physically dampen the sound. Footsteps drew closer, not running, not stumbling, walking through underbrush with an almost practiced quiet. Whoever it was knew where to place their feet, how to distribute their weight, how to let the forest hide their movement rather than announce it. Leaves shifted, twigs bent and returned. The sound approached in a controlled line. A flashlight clicked on. The beam cut across the ground in a thin, pale strip, illuminating wet leaves like dull coins. It moved slowly, methodically, as if the person holding it wasn't scanning for shapes, but for the absence of them. The beam swept over a cluster of roots, paused, then continued. I forced myself not to blink too hard. Even blinking felt loud. The light angled toward the fallen tree. I pressed my face deeper into the dirt, holding my breath, feeling my lungs ache as air begged to escape. The beam crept along the trunk's underside, bright enough that the thin gaps between bark and earth glowed. It hovered there, as if the person were considering it. I could almost picture them standing above me, head tilted, listening. Then the beam slid forward. It passed over the hollow. In that instant, the light came so close, I could see the texture of the mud beneath my nose in sharp detail. I could see a thin root fiber, pale as hair, trembling slightly from my own restrained breathing. The beam grazed the edge of my sleeve. Inches. If I moved at all, if my chest rose too sharply, if my hand twitched, there would be no doubt, no question. I would be found. A whisper drifted through the woods, not from a radio. A human whisper, close enough to be unmistakable. Hold. The flashlight froze. My blood turned to ice. The word wasn't meant for me. It wasn't even loud enough to carry far. It was the kind of command you use when you're standing right next to someone, when you don't need volume because the person can already hear you. That meant there were at least two of them here. One controlling the light, one controlling the movement. The whisper came again, slightly sharper. Not yet. The beam shifted, edging away from the hollow. It moved on. I didn't let myself exhale until it was gone. When I finally did, it was slow and thin, pushed through my nose in a careful stream. My lungs burned. My hands shook against the dirt. I waited. Footsteps scraped softly over leaves. The flashlight beam reappeared farther away, sweeping in the opposite direction now. They weren't leaving. They were circling. twig snapped. Not the accidental snap of someone careless. A deliberate break. A signal. The radios answered immediately, with short bursts of static and clipped murmurs. Even without hearing the full words, I understood the rhythm. They were confirming positions, communicating, coordinating, hunting. My mind kept returning to one thought, over and over, like a needle stuck in a groove. They're not panicking. They're not improvising. This was a plan. The flashlight beams multiplied. 2, then 3, then more. They didn't dart around randomly. They moved in patterns, parallel sweeps, overlapping sections, methodical coverage. Each beam illuminated a slice of ground, then moved on. They were searching like professionals, not like scared people in the woods. I heard another whisper, this one closer than the last. Spread, don't rush. The words floated through the dark like breath. A moment later, a metallic sound clinked softly. It wasn't loud, but it carried in the silence like a bell. Metal against metal. A small sound, the kind you'd miss if you weren't trained by fear to listen for it. My stomach dropped. A keychain? A tool? A weapon? The sound repeated as someone shifted their weight, then stopped abruptly, as if they'd noticed it too, and adjusted to prevent it from happening again. That was the part that scared me most. They were careful. Even their mistakes were controlled. A flashlight beam swept back toward the fallen tree. My throat tightened instantly. This beam came at a different angle. Lower, closer to the ground, slicing under branches and catching the edges of things you wouldn't normally see. A snagged piece of fabric on a thorn, a fresh scuff mark on mud, a broken twig still pale where it had snapped. The beam paused on the ground near the tree. Near my tree. I realized then that they weren't looking for bodies. They were looking for evidence of movement, tracks, disturbances, signs. I'd crawled through mud to get here. I'd dragged my weight. I'd left a story behind me, written in crushed leaves and scraped soil. The beam tracked along the ground slowly, following something. I couldn't see what, but I could feel the inevitability of it, like watching a train approach with no way to move the tracks. The footsteps shifted closer again, slow, measured. I held my breath until my vision sparkled with tiny points of light. A shadow crossed the opening of the hollow. Not a beam, a body. Someone stood directly above the fallen tree, blocking what little ambient light filtered down. I could smell them now, faintly. A mix of sweat and cold air, and something sharp, like aftershave or metal. The flashlight clicked off. Darkness flooded in, thick as water. And in the dark, I heard breathing. Not mine. Close. Controlled. Deliberate. They were listening. I pressed my face harder into the dirt, as if I could merge with it completely. My heart was a drum in my chest. I wanted to will it silent through sheer force. A whisper came from above, so close it felt like it brushed the air. Here. My stomach lurched. The word wasn't shouted. It wasn't triumphant. It was simple confirmation, like someone pointing out a detail on a map. I thought it was over. I thought the next sound would be a hand grabbing the trunk, rolling it away, light flooding in, faces looming above me. Instead, the whisper continued, calmer now, almost conversational. He went under. He? Another whisper responded, quieter. You sure? The first voice didn't answer immediately. There was a pause, a moment of stillness so absolute it felt like the entire forest had stopped breathing with them. Then, not him. My blood ran cold. Not him. They weren't just hunting anyone. They were hunting something specific. And in that suffocating darkness, I realized I wasn't the only prey in the woods. The footsteps shifted. One set moved away, circling. Another stayed close. The first voice whispered again, lower now, right above the trunk. Don't spook it. A metallic clink sounded again, very soft, like someone adjusting their grip on something they didn't want to drop. The sound was immediately followed by a murmured correction. Quiet. Silence. Then to my right, a flashlight clicked back on. Its beam swept across the woods, not toward me, but outward, scanning the trees as if looking for movement deeper inside. The person above the hollow exhaled slowly. I felt it through the dirt, through the space, as if the air itself shifted. Then they stepped away. The weight lifted. The shadow moved. The sound of leaves compressing under a boot receded. The flashlight beams continued their slow patterns, but the focus had shifted. They weren't converging on the fallen tree anymore. They were converging on something else. A distant rustle sounded deeper in the woods. Not a human running, something heavier, faster. Low to the ground. The radio crackled sharply. Contact, a voice said, clipped and urgent for the first time. Move. Footsteps exploded into motion, not frantic, but coordinated. The whispering commands became a quick series of low instructions. Left, hold, cut it off, don't let it circle back. The flashlight beam swung away from my hiding place, slicing through darkness in rapid arcs. And as the hunt shifted elsewhere, I lay under the fallen tree shaking, my lungs finally pulling in air in quiet, desperate gulps, realizing the truth that made my skin crawl more than any near discovery. They hadn't almost found me. They'd almost found something that was moving the way I used to be moved. Something that wasn't supposed to be visible. Something they were afraid of losing control of. I stayed hidden long after the lights and footsteps faded, listening to the woods fill with distant radio static and muffled movement. Because I understood then that the worst part wasn't being hunted by them. It was being caught in the middle of a hunt where I wasn't the main target. And whatever they were tracking out there, whatever they called it, was learning from the same rules that had followed me my whole life. Quiet. Matched. Unseen. I don't remember deciding to move. I remember the moment my body finally accepted that staying under the fallen tree would get me killed. Not because they were about to pull it away, but because the hunt had shifted. The lights were gone from my patch of woods. The footsteps had redirected. The radios were speaking in a sharper cadence farther off, and that meant the net was tightening somewhere else. It meant the space behind me was briefly unguarded. That kind of opening doesn't last. I slid backward inch by inch, letting the mud take my weight, pulling myself out of the hollow with the slow, painful care of someone trying not to exist. The bark scraped my jacket. A splinter dug into my palm. I didn't react. I couldn't afford reaction. I crawled until the fallen tree no longer covered me. Then I stayed flat against the ground, listening, waiting for any change in pattern. Nothing close, only distant movement now. Flashlights cutting through trees like far-off lightning. Radios crackling in clipped bursts. The occasional quick instruction whispered too low to catch. The screams had stopped. The woods had gone back to that oppressive quiet that makes you feel like you're underwater. I forced myself to breathe in counts. 4 in, 4 out. Slow, controlled. My chest still ached from holding air too long. My throat burned from swallowing panic. Then I moved. Not running. Not yet. Running would announce me. Running would make me a moving target. I crouched low and half walked, half crawled through brush, using my hands to part branches carefully instead of snapping them. I placed my feet where the ground looked firm, avoiding patches of wet leaves that would squelch. I moved like a thief, like prey. Every 10 steps, I stopped and listened. Every time I stopped, I expected the matching footsteps to stop with me. That old reflex was so deep I couldn't control it. My body still wanted to feel the alignment, the confirmation that something was keeping pace. But in the woods, the sounds were too layered now. Too many rhythms, too many people, too many moving parts. If the matching was there, it was hidden inside the larger hunt. That scared me more than hearing it clearly. I kept moving downhill, following the faintest sense of slope. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew that roads, real roads, had to be somewhere beyond the trees. The park couldn't be endless. The loop had an entrance, which meant there had to be an exit. The logic was thin, but it was all I had. At one point, I heard a radio crackle close enough that it made my stomach tighten. I froze behind a thick trunk, pressing my cheek to bark, tasting sap and dirt. The voice was low, urgent, but controlled. Hold your line. Don't chase. Let it move. Let it move. The words didn't make sense at first. Then they did. And a chill ran through me so hard, my teeth threatened to chatter. They weren't sweeping the woods randomly anymore. They were guiding movement, like they were letting something run along a path they'd already chosen. I thought about the whisper above my hiding place. Not him. Don't spook it. I didn't know what it was. I didn't want to. But I knew the feeling of being managed. I'd lived inside that feeling for years. I kept moving anyway. The forest began thinning slightly. The trees weren't as tightly packed. The undergrowth softened into lower shrubs and patches of dead grass. I could smell something different in the air. Faint exhaust, distant pavement, the cold mineral scent of open space. Hope is dangerous, but it's also fuel. I saw a gap ahead where the darkness seemed less dense. I crouched behind one last line of bushes and peered through. A road. Not the main road. The smaller access road that fed into the loop. Narrow and unlit, but it was still a road. The asphalt was cracked and patched, reflecting faintly under the weak glow of far-off streetlights. Beyond it, the outline of parked cars, barely visible. I held my breath and listened for engines. Nothing. No headlights. No movement. The road looked abandoned. I waited anyway, counting heartbeats. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. Still nothing. I moved. I crossed the last stretch of grass in a low sprint, shoes barely making sound, and reached the edge of the asphalt. The road felt unreal under my feet. Flat, solid, human-made. I stepped onto it like it might vanish. I didn't stop. Stopping was how you got caught. I ran along the road, following it away from the loop, away from the woods. My lungs screamed, my legs burned, my throat tasted like copper. Behind me, something moved. Not a shout, not an engine. Footsteps, just one set at first, then another, then the soft rush of movement through grass at the edge of the road. I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to. I ran harder, my breath tearing out of me. Then the footsteps did something that made my blood turn to ice. They matched me perfectly. The rhythm locked onto mine like a second heartbeat. The distance stayed consistent, close enough to be undeniable, far enough to remain unseen, exactly like before. exactly like the park, exactly like every quiet hallway and empty sidewalk I'd ever tried to outrun. It was back, here, on the road. Not the hunter's footsteps. Their movement had been scattered, tactical, noisy in its coordination. This was different, clean, private, personal. It didn't close the distance. It didn't fall behind. It just stayed. I forced myself to keep moving. Tears blurred my vision, not from emotion, but from cold air and panic. My body begged for a turn, a hiding spot, a door to slam behind me. There was nothing but trees and road and darkness. And then, like a cruel joke, the matching footsteps stopped. Not gradually, instantly, as if someone had stepped off the road and vanished into the grass without making a sound. I kept running anyway, even after the rhythm was gone, because my body didn't trust absence anymore. I ran until the road spit me out onto a larger street with actual lights and signs and the distant glow of a gas station. Only then did I slow, bending over, hands on my knees, sucking air like I'd been underwater too long. Cars passed. A truck rolled by with its radio playing faintly. Someone laughed near the gas station entrance. The world kept moving, indifferent. I looked back. The road behind me was empty. No headlights, no figures, no chase. It was as if the woods had never existed. I found the others hours later. Not all of them. 3 of us made it back to the cars. We regrouped in the most pathetic way possible, shivering, filthy, eyes wide, talking over each other in broken sentences. Someone's phone had been lost. Someone else had a deep cut on their shin from a branch. The driver's hands were shaking so hard he could barely start his engine. We left without calling the police. That sounds unbelievable, I know. It sounds like the kind of thing people say when they're inventing a story. But there was a reason we didn't call. We couldn't explain it. We didn't know who they were. We couldn't describe faces. We couldn't point to license plates because the headlights had blinded us and the darkness had swallowed everything else. And deep down, there was another reason, one that none of us said out loud. We didn't want to bring anyone back there. We didn't want to hear ourselves sound insane, so we drove in silence, each of us locked inside our own shaking body, and we made an unspoken agreement to treat it like a nightmare you don't discuss, because discussing it makes it real. For days afterward, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard radios crackling in the woods. I heard controlled whispers, hold, spread, don't rush. I heard the metallic clink near my head, close enough to imagine a blade, a tool, something cold and purposeful. I felt the flashlight beam pass inches from my sleeve. And under all of it, I felt something worse, familiarity. The loop hadn't been a new horror. It had been an expansion of an old one. A week later, in the thin gray light of morning, I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring friends. That probably sounds stupid. It probably was. But the need to see it, to prove it to myself, to pin the experience to something physical, was stronger than my fear. I parked near the entrance of the park and walked in alone, daylight making the woods look ordinary. The trees were just trees. The road to the loop was just cracked asphalt. Birds hopped through leaves, pecking at the ground. Somewhere, a squirrel darted up a trunk. The loop itself looked almost peaceful. Cars were gone. No headlights, no figures, no engines. Just an empty cul-de-sac surrounded by woods, quiet except for wind moving through branches. In daylight, it looked like the kind of place teenagers might come to smoke or talk or do something harmless. I stepped onto the gravel and felt my stomach tighten anyway. I walked slowly, scanning the ground, the tree line, the places where flashlights had cut through darkness. I tried to match what I'd seen at night with what I could see now. It didn't fit. Daylight made it impossible to believe anything had happened here. Then I noticed the tree, not because it looked special, but because the bark was fresh cut in one spot. Pale wood exposed in a jagged rectangle. It hadn't been there before. It stood near the edge of the loop, close to where one of the vehicles had been parked. Close enough that I could picture the headlights, the beams converging. I stepped closer, my throat dry. Carving. Letters cut deep into the bark, uneven but deliberate. Fresh enough that the edges still looked raw. I read it once without understanding. Then I read it again, and my stomach dropped. Next time, don't run. My hands went numb. I stared at the words, my breath fogging faintly in the cold air. The carving wasn't decorative. It wasn't a teenager's initials or a date. It wasn't some random vandalism. It was a message, a sentence. And it wasn't meant for the park. It was meant for me. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on the letters, as if they might change while I watched. My heart pounded in my throat. I looked around, expecting someone to step out from behind a tree and watch me react. No one was there. Of course, no one was there. That was the pattern. Leave proof, just subtle enough to be deniable. Show presence without contact. Speak without being heard. Write without being seen. I forced myself to touch the carving with trembling fingers. The grooves were deep, the wood rough beneath my skin. Whoever did it had pressed hard. They'd wanted it to last. My mind tried to build rational explanations again, desperate and pathetic. Maybe someone found my lost phone and carved it as a joke. Maybe one of my friends came back and did it. Maybe some random person saw what happened and decided to mess with anyone who returned. But the words weren't random. They were too personal. They weren't, "We saw you," or "Stay out." They were instruction, like someone correcting a mistake, like someone disappointed. That's when the final realization slid into place, cold and clean. They let us go, not because we escaped, not because we outsmarted them, not because the woods saved us. They let us go because the chase was the point. The hunt wasn't about catching us. It was about teaching us what it felt like to be managed, to be moved, to be placed under pressure until your instincts override your logic. They wanted to see how we ran, and maybe, worse than that, they wanted to see how I ran. Because the message wasn't aimed at 6 people. It was aimed at the one person who already knew the rules. The one person whose life had been shaped by matching footsteps and silent presence long before the loop ever happened. I stood there staring at the carving until the daylight around me started to feel unreal, like a thin skin over something darker. The birds sounded too loud. The wind sounded staged. Even my own breathing sounded like it didn't belong. I backed away from the tree, turned, and walked to my car without looking behind me. I didn't run, not because I felt safe, because I understood the warning. And as I drove away, hands tight on the steering wheel, I realized the worst part of all. If they could leave a message in a tree, in a place that looked empty in daylight, then they didn't need the woods to find me. They didn't need the loop. They could leave messages anywhere. They could let me go on purpose again, and next time, they wouldn't have to chase. They'd just wait for me to stop. I didn't stop thinking about parks all at once. It happened slowly, the way habits change when you don't notice you're changing them. I'd cross the street without realizing why. I'd choose longer routes home, routes that stayed on lit sidewalks even when they made no sense on a map. When friends suggested walking through a green space to save time, I'd feel my chest tighten before my mouth found an excuse. I'm tired. My knees acting up. I'd rather stay on the road. None of them pushed. To everyone else, parks were just parks. Benches, trees, playgrounds, jogging paths, neutral spaces, innocent ones. To me, they'd become something else entirely. Gaps in the city's awareness. Places where sound behaved differently, where patterns could form without witnesses. I told myself I was being careful, not afraid. That distinction mattered to me. Careful people make choices. Afraid people react. I needed to believe I was still in control of something, but the sounds didn't care what I called it. They followed me anyway. It started small. Always small. That was the rule. Late at night, when the apartment settled and the building made its usual noises, the pipes ticking, the refrigerator cycling on and off, I'd hear something that didn't fit. A rhythm that slid in between the expected sounds like a wrong note in a familiar song. Footsteps, not loud, not close enough to be alarming on their own, just present enough to register, then fade. I'd freeze on my couch, remote loose in my hand, listening hard. Sometimes they'd stop when I focused on them. Sometimes they'd continue, matching the pace of my own breathing until I couldn't tell which rhythm belonged to me. Other nights, it was something else. A metallic scrape outside my window, brief and light, like someone adjusting their grip on a railing. A soft thud in the hallway that wasn't a door closing, a whisper of movement near the stairwell that never escalated into voices. Always plausible, always deniable. I tried to map it. I started keeping mental notes. Times, places, patterns. Tuesday nights were worse than weekends. Early mornings felt safer than evenings. Rain muffled things. Wind didn't. White noise helped until it didn't. I noticed I slept better when my windows were shut and my lights were on, even though I'd always preferred darkness before. I noticed I positioned my furniture differently, angling my couch so I could see the hallway without turning my head. I noticed I avoided reflective surfaces at night again, a habit I'd sworn I was done with. And, most telling of all, I noticed how often I thought about the loop without meaning to. The memory didn't replay like a movie. It surfaced in fragments, headlights switching off all at once, the feel of mud under my palms, the radio crackle, clipped and calm, the sentence carved into bark. Next time, don't run. I told myself the message was meant to scare me. That was the logical explanation. People who wanted control used fear. People who carved threats into trees wanted reactions. But fear wasn't what lingered. What lingered was expectation. The sense that something was waiting for me to behave incorrectly again. I stopped jogging altogether. It wasn't worth the risk. I replaced it with workouts in my living room, the windows covered, the door locked. When I needed air, I stood on my balcony during the day and avoided looking down at the patch of grass below, where a small playground sat unused most afternoons. The park near my building wasn't big, just a rectangle of grass, a few benches, a path that looped around a cluster of trees. Families used it during daylight. Dog walkers passed through in the mornings. Kids rode scooters on the concrete path after school. At night, it emptied out. At night, the lights flickered inconsistently, some of them casting long shadows that stretched farther than they should have. At night, Sound carried strangely. Laughter from a block away. The squeak of a swing no one was on. The soft clack of something metal cooling after being touched. I avoided it completely. I took the long way around every time, even when it added 10 minutes to my walk. I told myself this was temporary, that I'd ease back into normal routes eventually. Weeks passed, then months. I never did. Patterns emerged, whether I wanted them to or not. I noticed how often I encountered empty parks that felt too quiet, even for the time of day. How often I saw someone standing just inside the tree line when I passed one at dusk, never close enough to identify, never there when I looked twice. How often my phone would lose signal briefly near green spaces, then regain it a few steps later. None of it was dramatic enough to justify alarm. That was the point. Dramatic things get reported. Subtle things get dismissed. I started hearing sounds during the day too. Not as clearly, not as insistently, but they were there if I listened for them. The faint crunch of footsteps behind me on a path when no one was close enough to explain it. The sense of pacing when I walked along a fence bordering a park, like something on the other side was keeping time with me. Sometimes I tested it. I'd slow down abruptly. The sound would slow. I'd stop completely, pretending to check my phone. The sound would stop too. My stomach would twist, and I'd force myself to move again, refusing to give it more attention than necessary. Attention felt like an invitation. I'd learned that the hard way. The worst part wasn't the sounds themselves. It was how my body reacted before my mind caught up. The tension between my shoulders, the shallow breathing, the way my steps adjusted instinctively, shortening or lengthening without conscious thought. My body remembered the rules even when I tried to forget them. I didn't talk about it. I tried once, early on, with a friend I trusted. I described it carefully, keeping things vague, framing it as anxiety, as after effects of a stressful event. They nodded, sympathetic, offered suggestions, therapy, meditation, less caffeine, more sleep, all reasonable, all useless. How do you explain that the problem isn't what you hear, but how precisely it responds to you? That it's not noise, it's feedback. Eventually, I stopped trying to explain and focused instead on avoiding. Avoidance worked, in a way. It kept things manageable, predictable. As long as I stayed on streets with traffic, near buildings with cameras, surrounded by people who didn't notice patterns, the presence stayed distant, contained. Then one afternoon, I realized something that unsettled me more than any sound ever had. I was planning my life around an absence. I scheduled errands to avoid certain times of day. I chose apartments based on their distance from green spaces. I rejected a job offer because the commute would cut through a large park every morning. This wasn't survival. This was compliance. The realization made me angry in a way fear never had. Anger sharpened things. Anger cut through the fog. I didn't like the idea that something, anything, had the power to reshape my life without ever showing its face. I told myself I needed proof. Not for the police, not for anyone else. For me. I didn't go back to the loop. I wasn't that reckless. But I started observing parks from a distance again. Sitting in my car across the street, watching from cafe windows, taking notes in my head like a detective who didn't trust their own case. What I noticed wasn't obvious. It was consistency. Certain parks emptied faster than others, even in good weather. Certain paths never stayed crowded for long. Certain benches were always unoccupied, no matter the time of day, and certain sounds repeated across different locations. Metal shifting, footsteps aligning, brief pockets of silence that felt intentional rather than natural. Once, late in the afternoon, I heard a child laugh from inside a playground tunnel when there were no children around. The sound was distant enough to be ambiguous, high and brief. I stopped walking. The sound stopped too. I didn't investigate. I didn't need to. I knew better now. The presence didn't need to manifest fully to exist. It didn't need to chase. It didn't need to carve messages into trees anymore. It only needed to remind me that it could, that it was still there. Sometimes, late at night, I'd stand by my window and look toward the dark shape of the park down the street. I'd watch the lights flicker and listen to the city settle. I'd wait for something to happen. Often, nothing did. Those were the nights that bothered me the most. Because silence, when you've learned how it's used, isn't comforting. It's patient. I don't go to parks anymore. Not the small ones. Not the big ones. Not the ones with playgrounds or jogging paths or scenic overlooks. I don't sit on benches. I don't cut through tree-lined shortcuts. I don't assume that open space means safety. People think that means the fear won. They're wrong. Fear would have made me run. This made me stay aware. And every so often, on quiet evenings, when the city holds its breath and sound travels too cleanly, I hear it again. A step that matches mine. A pause that mirrors my own. A subtle correction in rhythm, like someone adjusting to stay perfectly aligned. When that happens, I don't panic. I don't speed up. I don't stop. I keep walking, eyes forward, listening carefully, pretending I don't know exactly what it's doing. Because the park is still there. And whatever learned to follow me in those empty spaces hasn't forgotten the rules. It's just waiting to see which one of us breaks them first. The realization didn't arrive all at once. It didn't hit me in a flash of insight or some dramatic cinematic moment where everything suddenly made sense. It came the way rust spreads, slow, quiet, inevitable. It formed in the background of my life while I was busy doing everything I could to ignore it. At first, I still told myself this was about a place, the park from my childhood, the loop on the edge of the city, the scattered green spaces I now avoided without thinking. I treated them like infected sites, locations where something bad had happened and left a residue behind. That explanation felt manageable. Places can be avoided. Places can be fenced off, demolished, forgotten. People understand haunted locations. What they don't understand is haunted patterns. The first crack in that belief came during a work trip. I was staying in a mid-range hotel off a highway, the kind with neutral art on the walls and carpet designed to hide stains. Across the parking lot, separated by a chain-link fence, was a narrow strip of grass with a few trees planted in a line. It wasn't a park, not officially. No benches, no playground. Just a leftover green space between the hotel and an office complex. The first night, I didn't think anything of it. The second night, I heard footsteps. They weren't loud. They weren't close. They moved along the fence line at the same pace I walked inside my room while talking on the phone. When I stopped near the window, the sound stopped too. I stood there, phone pressed to my ear, heart thudding. When I resumed pacing, the footsteps resumed. I didn't look out the window. I didn't need to. The next morning, I checked. The strip of grass was empty. No footprints. No sign anyone had walked there at all. I told myself it was coincidence. Then it happened again, in a different state, a different city. a different kind of space. This time, it was a pedestrian walkway behind a grocery store, a concrete path bordered by decorative shrubs and a few thin trees meant to soften the view of the loading docks. I was cutting through it at dusk to save time, something I rarely allowed myself to do anymore. I heard a metallic clink, just once, light, controlled. The sound came from behind me, then adjusted when I adjusted my pace. I slowed. I stopped. Silence. I turned around, pulse hammering. No one was there. The space wasn't a park. It wasn't even pleasant. It was just open enough to allow movement without scrutiny. That's when the thought first surfaced, unwanted and sharp. It's not about parks. I resisted it for weeks. I tried to convince myself there were still explanations I hadn't considered. Stress, hypervigilance, a mind trained to find patterns even where none existed. The human brain is good at that. It fills gaps, draws lines between unrelated dots. But the dots kept appearing. A rest area off a highway, trees lining the edge of a parking lot, a school field after hours, empty except for flickering lights, a dog park at dawn before anyone else arrived. Different states, different cities, different layouts, same feeling, same alignment, same rules. I started keeping actual notes this time, not obsessively, but carefully. Dates, locations, what I was doing, what I heard, what changed when I changed my behavior. The similarities were impossible to ignore. The presence never appeared in crowded places. It never manifested in enclosed spaces. It favored areas that were between, not fully urban, not fully wild. Transitional spaces where people moved through but didn't stay alert. It didn't matter what the place was called. Park, greenway, trail, open lot. Those were human labels. Whatever this was, didn't care about names. The second part of the realization came later, and it was worse. Up until then, I'd still believed, despite everything, that this was about one thing. One presence, one intelligence, one entity that had attached itself to me for reasons I might never understand. A single follower. That belief gave me a strange kind of comfort. One threat, no matter how persistent, can be studied, predicted, managed. But one night, standing in my kitchen long after midnight, I heard something that shattered that illusion. I was washing a glass at the sink, the apartment quiet except for the low hum of the refrigerator. Outside my window, somewhere below, a set of footsteps moved along the sidewalk. Normal enough. People walk past my building all the time. Then another set joined them. Not out of sync. In sync. The two rhythms locked together, perfectly matched. I froze, hands submerged in cold water. A third rhythm appeared, then a fourth, all aligned, not clustered, not chaotic, layered. My stomach dropped as a thought I didn't want took shape. I'm not being followed. I was being observed by a system. I stepped back from the window, slowly, heart racing, and the footsteps below adjusted, not stopping, not rushing, just continuing on their path, maintaining distance. They weren't reacting to me. They were operating independently. That was the difference. The thing in the loop had felt coordinated because it was, but coordination implies a leader, a central command, a single intention directing multiple parts. This felt older than that, broader, like a set of rules being followed by more than one participant. I thought back to the woods, to the radios, to the whispered commands, to the moment someone had said, "Not him." At the time, I'd assumed it meant I wasn't the target. Now, I understood something far more unsettling. I wasn't the only one. The rules applied to more than me. They always had. The childhood park, the slide, the voice that knew my name, the footsteps that matched mine long before I understood what matching meant. Those weren't isolated incidents. They were early exposures. My first awareness of something that had been operating quietly in shared spaces for far longer than my life. I started noticing stories, not online creepypasta or horror forums. Those were too exaggerated, too eager. I noticed them in passing conversations, in half-joking comments coworkers made, in things people said and immediately brushed off. I swear someone was walking behind me, but when I stopped, they stopped too. That park always feels weird at night, even when nothing's happening. I hate that trail. It feels like it knows when you're alone. They never connected the dots. Why would they? Most people don't want patterns. Patterns imply intention, and intention implies something watching. The final piece fell into place the night I revisited my notes. I'd been looking for escalation, signs that things were getting worse, more aggressive. But what I found instead was consistency. The same behaviors repeating across years and locations. The same restraint. The same boundaries. Never touching. Never confronting directly. Never crossing into undeniable violence. That wasn't weakness. That was discipline. Predators rush. Hunters adapt. But systems endure. Whatever this was, it didn't need to harm people openly. It didn't need to leave bodies or evidence. It existed in the margins, shaping behavior through suggestion and repetition, teaching rules. Stay aware. Match the pace. Don't run unless instructed. The message in the tree hadn't been a threat. It had been feedback, and that terrified me more than anything else. Because feedback implies ongoing observation. It implies adjustment, improvement. It implies the system was learning. I realized then why the presence had never followed me into truly crowded places, why it dissolved under scrutiny, why it relied on sound and rhythm instead of sight. Visibility breaks systems like this. Attention disrupts them. They don't want to be seen. They want to be felt. I don't believe there is one park where this began. I don't believe there is one person behind it. And I don't believe it's finished. The parks are still there. The trails. The open spaces people trust because they look harmless in daylight. The places where sound behaves differently, where movement can be mirrored without being questioned, and people still walk through them every day, unaware of the subtle rules shaping their instincts. Some of them feel it and ignore it. Some of them feel it and run. Some of them, like me, learn too much, too early, and spend the rest of their lives adjusting. I don't think the system cares which one you are, only that you participate, because once you've felt it, once you've noticed the alignment, the matching, the way silence responds to you, you can never fully unlearn it. You can avoid parks, you can avoid trails, you can build your life around concrete and light and noise, but the realization stays with you, heavy and unmovable. It was never one place. It was never one person. It was always the spaces in between. And once you understand that, you start to see them everywhere, waiting. The last time I went near a playground, it wasn't on purpose. That's what I told myself anyway. It was one of those ordinary errands that should have stayed ordinary. Late afternoon, sliding into early evening. The sky the color of cold steel. The air sharp enough to make your lungs feel clean on the first breath and raw on the second. I'd parked 2 blocks from a small pharmacy because street parking was a problem in that neighborhood, and I didn't want to circle the block again. The route back to my car took me past a pocket park I hadn't noticed on the way in. It wasn't large, just a fenced rectangle squeezed between 2 apartment buildings, with a narrow concrete path, a patch of grass worn thin near the edges, and a small playground set in the middle like an afterthought. The equipment was newer than the ones I grew up with. Bright plastic, rounded corners, smooth steps. But the layout was familiar enough that something in my chest tightened before my mind even formed a thought. Slide, swings, a low climbing structure. The fence was black metal, the kind that looks decorative until you realize it's also meant to keep things in and out. A sign near the gate listed park hours and rules. No dogs, no glass, no littering. Please supervise children. The words were printed in cheerful colors, as if someone believed cheerfulness could discipline reality. The park was empty. Not abandoned, just empty. No kids, no parents, no teenagers laughing on benches, no dog walkers cutting through. Empty in that particular way, parks become empty when the day is still technically alive. But everyone has gone inside, when dinner is being made, when TVs are turning on, when the world folds itself into private spaces. I slowed without meaning to. I told myself I was only slowing because the path narrowed there, because the sidewalk was cracked and uneven, because I didn't want to trip. I told myself anything that wasn't the truth. The truth was that my body recognized the geometry. Open space, edges lined with trees, a structure meant for children, silence holding too tightly. I kept walking anyway. That was my compromise now. Not avoidance, not confrontation. Motion, always motion. Don't stop long enough to be measured. Don't look long enough to be invited. The city around me sounded normal. Distant engines. A car alarm chirping once, then quiet. Someone's music leaking from a window above. The faint rattle of a shopping cart on the sidewalk half a block away. Normal sounds. And then the park's silence layered over them like a second atmosphere. As I passed the gate, I felt the familiar alignment begin. That subtle tightening between my shoulder blades. Not pain, not fear exactly. More like anticipation. Like the moment right before a metronome clicks into rhythm. I kept my eyes forward. The playground sat slightly to my right, behind the fence. I could see it in my peripheral vision without looking directly. Blue slide, yellow steps, a plastic tunnel that curved like a half-hidden mouth. The swing chains hung still. My breath sounded too loud in my ears. I resisted the urge to put my headphones in. Headphones had become a false comfort. If something wanted me to listen, blocking sound wouldn't help. It would only make me feel blind. I walked faster. The metal fence posts cast thin shadows on the sidewalk, parallel lines that stretched forward, pointing the way like an accusation. I stared at those lines and kept walking, kept telling myself this was nothing. This was a park I didn't know, in a neighborhood I didn't live in, and whatever I'd noticed in the past didn't have jurisdiction here. That was the arrogance of it, believing you can outgrow what learned you first. I was almost past when I heard it. A soft scrape, plastic against plastic, the kind of sound you only notice because it doesn't belong in the stillness. It wasn't loud, but it cut clean through the background noise of the street, and my body reacted instantly, every muscle tightening as if bracing for impact. The slide moved. Not visibly. Not in a way I could confirm without turning my head. but the sound was unmistakable. The faint shudder of something shifting inside the hollow, the slight creak of the structure settling under weight that shouldn't have been there. I stopped walking. That was the mistake. The moment my feet froze, the world sharpened. The distant sounds of the street fell away. Even my breathing seemed to pause. My heart hammered in the quiet, a heavy rhythm that felt exposed, like it was broadcasting my location. Behind the fence, something scraped again. Then a third time, slower, almost thoughtful. It sounded like someone adjusting their position inside the slide, like someone turning around in a narrow space, like plastic remembering friction. I didn't look. My head felt locked in place, chin forward, eyes fixed on nothing. Looking would have been the natural human response. Looking would have been rational. But I'd learned what looking did. Looking made it closer. Looking turned suggestion into confirmation. And confirmation was always the beginning of something worse. Not violence, not overt threat, recognition, a quiet acknowledgement that I'd noticed again. My fingers curled into fists, my nails pressed into my palms hard enough to hurt. I forced myself to move, one foot sliding forward as if the sidewalk had become thick mud. As I walked, the sound continued. Not chasing, not following, just present. A subtle shifting from inside the playground structure, always matching my movement with its own small adjustments. When I sped up, the scrape became faster, as if keeping time with my steps. When I slowed again, it slowed. The pattern was so precise my stomach turned. I wanted to run. The urge hit like a wave, hot and humiliating. My body wanted release, wanted distance, wanted to tear away from the alignment. I could almost feel my muscles preparing for it, calves tightening, breath rising. And then I remembered the message carved into the tree. Next time, don't run. The thought didn't stop the fear. It changed it. Running wasn't escape. Running was participation. So I didn't run. I kept walking at a steady pace, forcing my limbs to obey. Each step felt deliberate, unnatural, like I was walking through a dream where gravity doesn't behave correctly. The scrape and the slide continued, steady, patient, as if the thing inside didn't need to hurry. It knew I was listening. I reached the corner of the park fence where the sidewalk bent. The playground fell behind me, still within earshot, but no longer in my peripheral vision. I told myself I was safe as soon as the slide was out of view. That was another lie. Sound doesn't care about sight lines. As I rounded the corner, the scrape stopped abruptly, like someone holding their breath. For a few seconds, there was nothing but the city again. The hum of engines, the distant voices, the ordinary life I wanted to believe in. My shoulders loosened slightly. Then I heard it, a small metallic clink, delicate and precise, coming from the fence behind me. Not a chain swaying in the wind, not a loose bolt, a deliberate sound, like someone touching the bars with something hard, testing them, marking the moment. I kept walking. I didn't turn around. I could feel the pressure in my spine, the sensation of being recognized rather than watched, as if attention itself had weight. My skin prickled, cold and hot at the same time. Every instinct screamed to confirm what I already knew. But confirmation had never helped me. It had only made the pattern tighter. I walked the remaining block to my car without looking back. My keys shook in my hand as I unlocked the door. I slid into the driver's seat and shut the door hard enough to make the whole car shudder. I sat there for a long time without starting the engine, hands resting on the steering wheel, staring at the windshield as if I could will my breathing back into normal rhythm. The street behind me looked the same as it always had. People moved at the edges of the scene. Cars passed. No one stopped. No one glanced toward the park. The world remained unbothered. I didn't drive away immediately. I waited because part of me wanted proof, and another part of me was terrified of what proof would look like. I told myself I'd glance once, just once, at the rearview mirror, just to reassure myself the sidewalk behind me was empty. My hand rose slowly, fingers trembling, and I adjusted the mirror. For a moment, I saw only the street, then the fence, then the park beyond it. The playground structure sat under a streetlight that made its plastic surfaces shine. It looked harmless, quiet, empty. I stared at it until my eyes began to water. Nothing moved. No figure stood there. No hood. No shadow. If anyone had been watching, the camera across the street would have captured it. If anyone had been inside that slide, they would have been visible. The park looked like a normal park, and that was the coldest part, because I understood then that visibility was irrelevant. Proof was irrelevant. The pattern existed whether it could be recorded or not. It operated in the space between perception and evidence, in the thin gaps where people dismiss what they cannot explain. I turned the mirror back to its normal position and started the car. The engine's sound filled the cabin, comforting for a heartbeat before it became just another noise. I drove away slowly, eyes on the road, refusing to let myself glance toward the park again. At the next red light, my phone buzzed in the cup holder. A notification, no app icon, no sender name, just a blank banner, empty, like a message that had forgotten its words. My throat tightened. I didn't open it. I watched the light change from red to green and drove on. That night, in my apartment, I kept every light on. The glow was harsh, unflattering, and it didn't make me feel safer. It only made the corners sharper. I didn't turn on music. I didn't turn on the TV. I sat on my couch listening to the building's normal sounds and waiting for the ones that didn't belong. The refrigerator hummed. The HVAC clicked on and off. Somewhere above me, a neighbor walked across their floor. Then faintly, from outside, so faint it could have been imagination, so precise it couldn't have been, came the soft scrape of plastic shifting against plastic. A sound I shouldn't have been able to hear from this far away. A sound that wasn't supposed to exist here at all. I sat perfectly still, staring at the wall, feeling my heartbeat slow into something heavy and resigned, because I finally understood what the parks had been teaching me since I was 13. It was never about danger that suddenly appears. It was about places that listen back. Some places don't become dangerous. They just remember who noticed them. At its surface, this story feels like a slow burning horror about parks, shadows, footsteps, and something unseen that follows. But when you step back from the fear, what lingers isn't the image of a playground or the sound of a moving slide. What lingers is recognition, the uncomfortable realization that fear doesn't always come from monsters, but from awareness. This story isn't about a single terrifying event. It's about what happens after the event, when life keeps going, but something inside you has permanently shifted. The narrator doesn't survive because they fight back. They don't survive because they uncover the truth or defeat what's stalking them. They survive because they learn how to live with uncertainty. And that's far more unsettling than any clear answer. One of the most powerful ideas in this story is that danger isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't always escalate. Sometimes it simply adapts. It waits. It observes how you move through the world and quietly adjusts itself around you. The fear comes not from being attacked, but from realizing you are being noticed. In that way, the story reflects a very real, very human experience. Many of us have moments in life that change how we see normal places. A street we avoid after a bad encounter. A building that suddenly feels wrong. A silence that feels heavier than noise. Nothing objectively dangerous may be happening anymore, but the place itself feels altered because we are altered. The story takes that feeling and stretches it into horror, not by exaggerating it, but by refusing to explain it away. Another striking element is the absence of answers. We never learn who they are. We never learn what the system truly is, or whether it has a goal beyond observation and control. That lack of explanation is not a flaw. It's the point. Real fear often comes from not knowing why, only knowing that. The narrator's realization isn't, "This is what's happening," but this isn't about one place, one person, or one moment. And yet, despite how cold and unsettling the ending is, there's something quietly empowering in the narrator's stance. They don't collapse. They don't deny what they've learned. They don't run anymore. Instead, they adapt with awareness rather than panic. They learn the difference between fear and attention. They understand that some things gain power only when we react the way they expect us to. This doesn't make the world safe, but it makes the narrator conscious, and consciousness is a form of strength. The story also invites us to think about how often we dismiss our instincts, how quickly we explain away discomfort because it's inconvenient, irrational, or embarrassing. The narrator's life changes not because something becomes violent, but because they stop ignoring patterns that others would laugh off. In that sense, the horror is deeply psychological and deeply relatable. Perhaps the most unsettling truth the story offers is this: some dangers don't want to hurt you. They want to shape you. And that idea lingers long after the final line.